You know, I think the most unfortunate part of tonight is that there's almost 30 games left to go. Because that's the season. That's it. There's no positives to take from tonight. There's nothing to look forward to with this group going on the rest of the year. There's no, let's see how the Olympic break plays out or how it gets to the Olympic break and where you're at by February 5th. That's it. There's no more. The gap that you've just opened up for yourself in the standings, and we'll talk about the team and the outlook and all of that throughout the course of tonight's post-game show, but the reality is that you've just set yourself so far back from the idea of a pushback and the idea of a playoff push here tonight that it's over. That game was the perfect encapsulation of what this team has been for the last 9 years. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, and the Maple Leafs do not get going. I had a pretty frustrated game preview earlier today for those who watched it here on this channel, where the more I got into it and the more I thought about the team, tonight's game, the season, the chances or the likelihood of them coming back and making a push and trying to get themselves into the playoffs, the more frustrating the whole situation became. I think that there's a lot that goes into it, a lot that went wrong this season. I'm not trying to say anything of the team, the way they played, the GM, the coach, all of it. It's just every single thing melded together here has become a disgusting, unfortunate watch. The GM overcorrected mistakes that were made by somebody else before him and watched a team that lacked character and identity and swung way too far the opposite way to make them big, mean, and tough, because for 8 years or 7 years, whatever it was before he got here, this culture was built in this organization, and specifically amongst your most important pieces, that was soft, bubble-wrapped, and country club-esque. And I specifically look at the likes of Auston Matthews, William Nylander, Morgan Rielly, Mitch Marner, and then John Tavares when he got here too. Anything and everything they could have ever asked for and ever wanted, they got. From the money standpoint, from the sponsorship standpoint, from the playing time, from how they were treated in the media, all of it. They got every single thing that they had ever asked for the whole way through. And then Brad Treliving comes in and decides, okay, I've got to go the opposite way, and I've got to build something different and bring in other pieces. And to be honest with you, I think at first it was started out in the right direction. They started to bring in some of the right pieces and started to change things in the right direction. But Brad Treliving swung way too far and missed the mark. He built this team old, slow, heavy, if you want to call them that, and then you lacked other aspects of the game. And you were always trying to find a way to merge the two together. For a long time, you were able to outskill your problems because you had enough of that. And in terms of actually winning Stanley Cups, I think that was the incorrect build. Outskilling people to just get to a point where you could win 6-5 and 7-4, whatever you wanted, because you could just run up the score on any given night. That's the incorrect way to build a hockey team. But they got used to it. They got accustomed to it. And then you lost a piece and you brought in nothing to bridge the gap. You built out your team with better depth, but you didn't replace any top-end talent. Then you have a coach who came in here. I personally don't have the biggest issue with systems and stuff that Berube wants, but the team never adapted to them. Whether that's because of the mindset and the attitude that they had from the coaching staff and the GMs before him and how they were just given anything and everything that they wanted, or if it was just because of the fact that Berube's style just genuinely didn't fit the team, it doesn't really matter because it just never meshed. It never melded. Melted. I don't fucking know. But it just never worked. And then you end up finally making a choice to switch things up. Okay, we'll play differently. We'll play with more pace. We'll play with more tempo. We'll play with more speed. We'll do all of that. And the team starts to have success. This team starts to play well. A physical brand. High tempo. Lots of offense. And then the injuries catch up. And the decision-making of the coach catches up. Starting the wrong goalies. Keeping guys in for too long. Lack of willingness to move guys in and out of the lineup that should be moved in and out of the lineup. I.e. Morgan Rielly. Why is he still playing? I.e. Matthias Michelli. Why did it take 10 straight games or whatever it was of Michelli in a press box before he got back in your lineup? Because you can see on the ice right now, there's a guy who can play. Scott Laughton, refusal to play him anything more than 10 minutes a night unless he's killing penalties the whole time. That's a guy who can make a difference on the bench, on the ice, at 5-on-5, on a penalty kill. It's a guy who can move up and play more minutes. Nope, no interest. Run Knies, run Tavares into the ground. Burnt them out. Power play. We can talk about the guy who left all we want and, that's why they don't score. That's why you don't have the guy on the power play. I'm going to axe that right now because this is a power play that in the playoffs always fell off a cliff and actually for long periods of time in regular seasons would struggle more than you could ever imagine. But then they would just have enough skill to overcome that. You finally have reached a point where all of the decisions and all of the pieces that are being put together in this pot are insurmountable. And then you throw on top of that the cherry on top. The piece that people don't want us to talk about because, they don't, that's not what hockey's about. And, they would rather look up on the scoreboard and see no score being kept and no hits and no fights on the ice. But there's a lack of character amongst the leadership group in this organization right now. And that is just the final piece on top that has lingered for 10 years. And no matter what has gone on, positive or negative, around this team, that piece has just always been there with this group. When your back's against the wall, how do you react? How do you respond? It started with the core guys. Their inability or lack of interest in doing so has always been glaringly obvious. And now when you don't just have the talent to overcome it because you just want to talent your way out of things and you finally actually need to fucking dig deep, reach in your pants, find your nuts, and play a tough hockey game and just battle your fucking way out of it, battle your way out of a rut, battle your way into a season, you don't have that ability. I look at these last 3 games, the last 3 games that this team played, and it is infuriating to have to sit here and watch it because if they went down with a fight and they just weren't good enough, flat out, it's a little bit easier to stomach. Not easy, but easier to just say, GM fucked up, coach is no good, team's giving it everything they have, but they're coming up short. It's not the case. GM made mistakes, coach makes bad decisions, and then the guys on the ice just don't have the want or the will to keep themselves in hockey games and keep themselves in the fight, unfortunately. The whole thing from top to bottom is fucked up. And a game like this just comes to the point where there's no denying it anymore. It's your biggest game of the season. They talked about it on the broadcast. Simone Benoit before the game, you need to have this one. They effectively called it a must-win, and they made the joke, what happens if you don't win the must-win when you declare it in January? We'll tell you what happens. You're done for the playoffs, and it's probably time for the organization, the general manager, the coach, all of them to sit down and have a realistic conversation about what the fuck this team is and the direction going forward. Because I don't know how you go into the Olympic break with the expectation that you're going to actually make a push. And I know that we're grasping at straws saying this. I'm well aware of that. I'm willing to admit it. But you win tonight against Buffalo, it's a 4-point game. Buffalo, Montreal, Boston. All three of them went into tonight tied in the standings ahead of you. All three had 63 points. You sat there at 57. Before tonight's game, you play Buffalo 2 more times the rest of the year. You play Boston once. Not the easiest pathway, but if you string together some wins and you start tonight, you have a chance. Montreal wins. Last I saw, Boston went to OT. I don't know if they won. And then the Sabres beat you in reg. At least 2 of those 3 teams, you're now 8 points behind. Boston, you're at minimum 7, and if anybody in the chat wants to update me as we go along, you're potentially 8 of all 3. That's it. That's it. And I made the joke, and I'm sure the guy who's coming on here to join us in just one moment will see a very similar thing, but like 16 seconds into the third period, you're down by 1 goal, coming off of an absolute stinker of a second period. It's the biggest 20 minutes of your season. You want to talk about must win and what it all comes down to right there. Third period, 20 minutes. Let's fucking dig down deep. Let's go against the goalie who came in cold here tonight. Let's find a way to get a win tonight. Let's find a way to get 1 goal to tie this thing up. 16 seconds into the third period, you give up a goal and it's over. Not just the game, your season. Over. A lot of stuff to get to here tonight in this post-game show. I will be going for a while, I'm sure, and I'm going to be breaking this thing down with all of you in Leafs Nation. I want to know how you guys feel here in the chat. I want to see your comments, your super chats. I'm going to take callers here as the show goes on here tonight as well, so we'll pin that in the chat. But before we get there, it's a guy that I've been wanting to have on the post game for a while they went on this skid at home, and they went 0-4-1 in the 5-game homestand that they had. Let's welcome to the program here tonight, Jay Rosehill. Rosie, I let it go here off the top. I am frustrated. I am upset. I'm disappointed. I'm all the adjectives your parents could use when you do something stupid as a kid and you come home and you're in trouble. I'm all of that and more about this Maple Leafs team right now.
Yeah, you're letting her buck. I felt like I did that this morning on Morning Take. I kind of torched the character and the leadership and like kind of touched on like what are we going to expect like long term here and with the core and with like and I guess I went off. Right now I'm just kind of like resigned to the fact like I guess I heard you say when I got on that like your season's on the line, and I don't think that that's untrue. Like this is the first time I've been like, so we're out of the playoffs. Now what happens? Like what happens now? And selfishly and personally, like what do we talk about and how mad are we at this and what is this going to be like? They haven't missed the playoffs in a long time. And then you start like I'm looking long term right now. What does the summer hold? Whose jobs? Who's going to pay for this? What is the response to this? How are the Leafs going to spin this? And what moves are they going to make? And I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. And maybe we're putting the cart before the horse. Like, where do they have to go to get into the playoffs? 20 wins out of their last 30, would you say? Is it that crazy?
Probably more. I think that Vic had talked about the fact that I was like 3 games ago or something, Vic came on, and I think the record that they needed to have was something like 21 and 12 or something like that when he had come on. And since that point, you've lost all of them. So I think you're above 20, and like I think at right now they have less than 30 games left, right? So you're basically needing to play perfect hockey the rest of the way.
Perfect hockey. And what does Vegas have the odds at? I wonder. I bet you
I couldn't even imagine.
Pretty much take a dare. I guess I'm kind of more chill right now than you. Like I said, I kind of went off on them a bit this morning, and I don't know if we can get in that if you want, but like I actually didn't mind like their effort and it felt like they knew it was an important game. I felt like they came out. I know they kind of got scored on and then got a gift of getting that back. They're really good at those offside challenges, but I didn't mind the effort. It wasn't disgusting like the first 2 games were, even though one of them is against Colorado. But there's been a bunch of them where you're throwing shit at the TV because it's such a grotesque effort and you're embarrassed. They were trying, and unfortunately, that's them trying. Now I'm resigned to. I mean, I chalked that whole thing up to the D zone. It's just. Oh my goodness. It looks like they're all they all get caught out there for 2-minute shifts or something, or are they out of shape, but they're just so gassed they can't even move or take a stride, and it just falls apart. And these teams that we're playing are just licking their lips. And after 60 minutes of pouring that on with some blips of good stuff from the Leafs, but that's all they are, is these blips. And when the horn goes, it's like, oh my God, we just got outclassed in every fucking zone.
Yeah.
And before, it's been the effort and the leadership and the give a shit meter and character and all this stuff. And I still know that that's a problem because of all the other losses we've watched and how they've watched them. But now tonight, it's like they're not good enough. Would Willie make a difference? Yeah, you miss him right now. Auston seems to be the only weapon. I thought he looked pretty good tonight. But, even when Auston Matthews has some pop and is in the right places and is doing his best and gets 3 points, your team still loses because you're just not – aside from that, you're not really in the game. Fuck. It's kind of an ugly feeling, man. And I know everyone's going, oh, trade or sell and the deadline. And I'm just thinking, what do the next 4 years hold? And are any decisions made and plans drawn up? And obviously you got to go through all those steps after the season and whatnot, and maybe earlier. I don't know. And again, fuck, there's lots of time to talk about this if they're going to miss the playoffs, and apparently they are. But the ball starts rolling in your head about that. And, are they going to keep putting Band-Aids on this? And then who do you have? You got Willie, you got Matthews kind of locked in. You got JT, you got Knies. You got Stolars, you got Wall. Okay. But if you keep putting Dakota Joshua's and Michelli's and stuff around these guys, and it's not a knock against them because they're fine, but you keep putting that around them, and I don't know, man. It's I wouldn't mind a different look, and I think the sentiment of that might start growing here in Leafs Nation.
About 900 people watching right now, Leafs Nation 401 right here on YouTube. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe here to the channel. No matter how the rest of the season goes, which we know will not be fun, but no matter how it goes, no matter what happens, we'll be here on the channel. Rosie, Alberga, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time, breaking everything down. I'm here after every single game. Win or lose more likely than win, but I will still be here every single game, breaking everything down. Rosie, I think the one thing that has happened here, and I saw a lot tonight in this game, and I'm curious your thoughts, because I kind of opened with this, but it was a little bit before you jumped on, I think tonight showcases just how perfectly everything has gone wrong, which I know I just used perfect and how it's gone wrong in the same sentence. But what I mean by that is Brad Treliving made mistakes in terms of who he brought in and trades that were made and signings that were done. It's not all bad. There's bright spots in here. I think contracts that were signed are good. I don't think anyone's going to complain about the Matthews contract other than the fact that it's not long-term. I don't think anyone's going to complain about the Nylander one, the Knies one, the Tavares one, like even the Stolars one. Mind you, it's not gone that pretty for him so far this season. That number is still palatable. Even if he's not that great, it's still a fine number. I think he's done some okay things, but you look at a game like tonight, no William Nylander. John Tavares' legs are falling off here. Matthew Knies is hurting. Matthews is the only guy who can provide you any type of offense, and there's nothing anywhere else. You've got Max Domi, who can only pass the puck. He doesn't even fucking know the word shoot. You've got Matias Michelli, who's basically learning from him, but I think just a bit more responsible and probably a bit smarter with how he approaches the puck. And then you've got like Nick Waugh, who's been underwhelming. You've got Nick Robertson, who comes and goes with his offensive abilities. Steven Lorentz can't score. Calle Yarncroke is going to make producer Vic and myself at this point bash our heads off the wall watching him play. There's not enough offensive talent brought in here. You look at the defensive side, they're older, they're slower, and then you combine decisions by Berube, you combine injuries that are brought in here with all these guys, and a little bit of regression with the goaltenders, and it's just become the perfect storm of shit that has taken place this season for you to just fall off like this. Like, I would say that going forward, it doesn't have to be this big dark cloud of it's all over, we're in peril for the next 5 years. That's the only thing I'm holding on hope for. And I think if you get the right person in the chair, and it would start with GM and it goes down to the coaches and the coaching staff, and then you attack this a little bit differently with the rest of the lineup, I think there's a way to clean this up and get back on the horse next season with some more health. That's maybe an overly optimistic look, but for this season, that's it, man. And I think the guys involved in this and the guys who put this thing together, they need to be wiped out because you can see the mistakes that are made. And then when little injuries pile up, it just falls off a cliff, like what Brian Burke described as an 18-wheeler back in the day.
That was back in the day. Yeah, I hear you with that, but like, it's just a different iteration of the same stuff, except way worse now. Like, we were going back-to-back Stanley Cup champs or back-to-back final appearances and then ended up winning the cup with that team 8 months ago, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, whatever the hell it is. Had them down 2-rip, down 3-1 or whatever in game 3. And even that question marks around, well, how come they can be this good and then just fall off such a cliff? How come they can never get up for the big one? How come they pitter-patter through good times and bad times so jaggedly? And it's just, there's question marks about the team that did that. Now we're missing the fucking playoffs. I get Willie's hurt and Stolars isn't playing his best and Wool, it probably isn't his best right now, and our D are aging, and you want to go get some more skill to score. Well, what about the defense? Like, how are you getting all this shit? Yeah. I know I'm not bitching about the contracts and stuff that they have. It seems like they're always based on how many fucking points you get. And those guys deserve every dollar they make from the points that they put up. Part of me just says, well, what about the rest? Like yeah, I don't know. Like, they're considered intangibles when it's contract time, but it's like the most important shit. Why are we always? And again, I'm not like yelling and shit because I'm not fired up because like Matthews again just had a great game, and maybe not. But I mean, what the hell was the Vegas game and the comments around it and the attitude towards, and what was the whole beginning of the season like? Okay, Auston, you weren't hurt the whole first half of the year. Well, what the hell was that then? Like, that's even worse. And then Willie, like fuck, dude. We're talking. You know what it like? Watching Mark Stone and even Eichel, who I consider young nowadays, is like these guys got some sand to them, and yeah. They wear their whatever they wear to the game, but it's just like a microcosm of like, where is your head at in this thing, in this big scheme of things, in being a Maple Leaf and being in the NHL and in who you are. And you always want them to be Wendell Clark and all these Matt Sundin and I don't know, guys, maybe they're like the dedication thing and like the maturity thing and the leadership thing bothers me, dude. To go and like get a new GM and a new coach and try to put some skill around these guys. Fucking who is that? Are those players going to be? How do you get them here? And what about the back end? And there's just all kinds of other problems now. And I fucking almost want to blow it up. Like, is it too soon to say this?
We have so much time to do this conversation, Rosie.
I know. I just said fuck it, say the word, tap dancing around it, but like fucking 10 years of the excuses. Now we're worse than ever in the 10 years, and we're close still. We're still close, are we? Fuck, dude, I don't know, man. And I'm not yelling, screaming about it, and I'll kind of probably find a way to get on board with anything they do after you talk to enough people and bounce it around and shit. You know, you can convince yourself anything. And I'll probably change my tune or whatever. And I'm not even saying let's do that, but I'm throwing the idea out there of, do we have to do 2 more years of having the same fucking conversation that we've been having for the last 4?
Yeah.
Because maybe, I don't know, something bolder or grander could be done. And I don't even know what that looks like. And again, if they miss the playoffs, which they appear to be determined to do, we'll have lots of time to talk about all this shit. I agree. But I don't know. My mind's wandering to big picture, long term, lots of different shit tonight.
I think that's completely fair, and I think that's where a lot of people in this fan base are right now. I'm reading the chat. People are losing their shit, and you bring up the fact, you bring up the term blow it up, and a lot of people seem to immediately jump on board with that, and I can't blame people, man. Like, this is where it's very frustrating to me, looking at this team and trying to place blame on people individually. Like, Brad Treliving is into his 3rd season, and I know a lot of people want to look at Treliving and say, look at this guy, he's the one who ruined everything, he drove it off a cliff. I think he might be the one who was sitting at the wheel driving it off the cliff, but I don't think he's the one who drove you up the mountain to drive it off the cliff, if you know what I mean. There was other drivers who got in this relay before he's the one who did the deed. There was other mistakes beforehand. And you just spent 9.5 years. Like, we are into the half year of year 10. And I look at the Nylander Matthews era specifically with only 2 playoff wins. Brad Treliving was a part of one of them, and you went to Game 7 against the defending Stanley Cup champions, who, by the way, went on to win the Stanley Cup that year as well. So it's not like we just watched year after year after year of success with this group to be able to say, no, it's still in there, something is in there, we can figure it out, because that almost goes back to what Brendan Shanahan had done, and part of the problem that this team had, and why a guy like Mitch Marner isn't traded so much sooner to go and get players that can help you, like guys on your back end and number 1 defensemen that you've just never had. So I completely understand that. I think here right now, looking at this, I don't know if mentally I've gotten to the point. I'm not saying you're wrong for it, but I don't know if personally, mentally, I've reached the blow the whole thing up conversation. I watched the way Auston Matthews has played over the last like month and a bit, and I'm like, holy fuck, like, it's still there. He's got it. And then you kind of get that realization of, it's so hard to come by these players who can do these things and play this way. Do you just want to walk away from that, or do you want to have the guy moving forward? I'm willing to have these conversations in the next bit. Like, I think that's 100% fair of you to bring up. It's just, like, my mind is blowing watching this. One thing I do want to ask you, because a lot of people in the chat are bringing up all the different things that have gone wrong to get to this point. So I want to play a little bit of a game here with you that we'll work through, and no answer's wrong, and we'll work through this together, okay? Right now, in the moment, you look at this team and you look at where they're at following this 7-4 loss to the Sabres tonight, putting them 8 points out of a playoff spot now, with numerous other teams ahead of them in between them and a wild card. If you were to take a blame pie. How much do you assign each piece of the pie to for people involved? So what I'll give you like an example. Are you giving like 50% to Brad Treliving for assembling this? Are you giving 20% to Berube for systems and coaching? Are you giving 20% to Matthews, Nylander for their lack of show up? Are you giving the character? Like, how are you assigning the blame pie? You don't have to get too defined on this one, but if you right now in this
It
moment
doesn't have to add up to 100.
We'll try to come close. So,
but
I just like more so mean like, how are you weighting this? Like, who the fuck is to blame more than everybody, or what pieces of this are to blame more than anything?
You're probably gonna be surprised, but I'm like I'm up at like 60% Nylander Matthews and 15% Treliving. It's hard, man. Maybe 10% to. I don't even think Chief's done anything wrong, man. Like, they're not responding to him. I agree. He might get fired and he might need to. I agree. But I think that he is telling them all the things that they need to do that they're not doing that has held them back from having success. They know how to put the puck in the net. They know all the fancy shit. He's trying to teach them. Yeah. People criticize him for not being X and O's enough and saying, well, hell, you got a guy that's just telling you to work harder. So what the hell does he know about hockey? Like, he's been in the game for like 55 fucking years through like 3 different eras. Like, he's seen a lot. He's been at the helm of a ride that won the Stanley Cup. He's been in all different positions. No, he's not the biggest X's and O's guy. And I'm not stroking him off. Like, he never played me fucking hardly at all. He was part of the end of my fucking career in the NHL. Like, I'm not stroking Chief off. I like the guy fine. We're not buddies, but I don't think he did anything wrong to cause this. I think the fact that he was pushing them for them to play the right way so bad, and like a bunch of friggin' millennials or whatever you want to call them these days, or whatever they are, they're just fucking soft. And they just couldn't do it. And they weren't willing. They don't even know what it is. It's not in their DNA. Maybe there's a fucking testosterone depletion problem and it's a bigger picture than the hockey. I don't know. I don't care. But they were lacking in something this whole goddamn era. And Berube was hired for a reason. They all talked about it. It's just like all the fucking fans talk about this team on, why are they so soft? Why are they so fucking annoying? Why do they care more about what they're wearing going into the game than they do about the goddamn game? Why do they never start on time? Why are they never there in the big fucking moments? How come they can win the individual trophies but, not do anything in the playoffs? All of these things are just so apparent. And he came in to fix that stuff, and they just cannot buy in. And this year, I mean, they actually did it for a bit. That's the best hockey I've seen the Leafs fucking play since I started doing this media shit, was that 10-game stretch after Christmas. It was just like, you've got all the stuff. And when you look on paper, like this team, in many different years, you look at it and you're like, you take this team and put it elsewhere, and they're a fucking good team. They could easily come together, but it's just, whatever reason, it's hard. They're not coming together. It's tougher in Toronto. I get it. But I just feel like the personnel, I want Auston Matthews to be a number 2 guy and bring in a number 1 guy to wear the C and stuff. And Auston Matthews would absolutely flourish. He can't carry this fucking team to a Stanley Cup though. I'm not saying gas him. I'm more annoyed at Willie lately, to be honest with you, for about 8 different reasons. And like 5 of them are like off ice things, but I don't. Everyone's going to want to fire Craig. Everyone's going to want to fire Tree. What was Tree's sin? What did he fucking do? The Carlo trade. Minton in a first to get it. Yeah. When Carlo's not like anchoring down your back end and completing this back end that's like Stanley Cup worthy, when he's not doing that, yeah, it looks kind of like a tough trade.
Right
at the time.
player, wrong price. Right player, wrong price.
And I mean, he's not even turning out to really be the right player, man. I'm not that fucking impressed with him. At the time when Brandon Carlo was coming here, everyone was like, "Yeah, that's fine. That's what we need. That's like the missing piece." Now our back end is absolutely fucking dirty, and we have all these and like it's. And look at our goaltending situation. Like we were jazzed up in the playoffs last year, and I think rightfully so. They just as easily could have won that series. But again, at the end of the day, I don't think they had the grit and the leadership and the gumption and the fucking balls to actually do it. And that rises to the top every single time in a 7-game series. And this is where we're left. So like, okay, the Carlo trade doesn't look good on paper right now. I get it. Fire Treliving to bring in fucking who with what vision that's so grand. Like you're gonna go into free agency and like there's only going to be available what's available.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but Rosie, I don't think this is the guy who can be the one to lead. Like, if he misses, this is the problem that you run into if you're MLSE, and I just think this is the nature of the world, and I know that we could ask for it differently, and I think you probably, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would probably agree with me here is like, if they went to him and they assured him, we're okay with missing the playoffs right now, the conversation right now, we're okay with missing the playoffs, we're okay with a reset, and we want you to lead it, you're not going to lose your job, then okay. I don't know how comfortable I am because he's lost a lot of trades. Again, like I still think bringing in Brandon Carlo was fine, but paying what you did was outrageous. I think bringing in Scott Laughton was the right move. I love Scott Laughton, but I think paying what you did was the wrong price. And then he's got a history here, if people remember back to Calgary, of like bringing in good pieces, but they just don't pan out, i.e. Matthew Tkachuk for Huberdeau and Weegar. Both really good players, but Huberdeau just never panned out in Calgary, and Weegar is never going to match up to what Tkachuk was. It's just concerning to think he's the guy.
I don't think that's fair. I mean, I know that's turned out to be a disaster in Calgary, but Tkachuk's like, I'm out of here and I want to go here. You only have so much to pick from, and Huberdeau is coming off like a 106-point season. You think he's going to be a goddamn stud. I agree with that. Is fucking awesome. Maybe where you could talk about where he screwed up in Calgary is giving him that contract, Huberdeau. But you kind of got to shit or get off the pot, and you just dealt for him for this exact reason, is to have this stud guy come in who's capable of getting 110 points. And he's completely shit his pants there. That's not all on Tree. Like, I guess maybe it is, but like, I
agree with you. I agree with you, but he just hasn't won enough trades, is what I'm saying. He hasn't won enough trades. All right, you need to win trades right now. You need to win these trades. If the plan for the team is to be competitive again next season, you need to win trades right now. Like that's the unfortunate reality, is that whoever the guy is, if it's Brad Treliving, they have to win trades at this deadline, whether it's for picks, prospects, young guys. I don't fucking know what the approach is that they want to take, but they have to win trades. Because like I do agree with you, that was the best that he was given. I think the Huberdeau extension was a mistake.
Yeah.
But it still has turned out to like, there's Matthew Tkachuk hoisting 2 Stanley Cups, and the Flames are rebuilding right now. And there's been a couple of misses here in Toronto that people can't look past. And it's like, okay, we're kind of building up to something poor.
He's always been, gun to his head, and it's like, the Tkachuk one, gun to your fucking head. You have to do something, and with the other ones, I'm not saying it's okay, and yeah, maybe he'll get fired, and maybe I'll be fine with that. I want to know who's coming in and what the plan is, and how many years are we talking about here? And if you're getting a prospect, when is he going to be effective for you? How old is he? Where's he playing? What's he doing? What level are we talking here? And then if you get draft picks, so we're talking about 3-4 years down the road, or what's the plan? What's the idea? Is this a soft sell, or what's the buzzword you're going to use? But what does this look like, and who's running it are going to be the questions. Yes. I get it. And maybe that'll be Tree's downfall. There's not enough positive data. Like, I think he's good at signing contracts. Like, not the Huberdeau one that I just mentioned, but the Huberdeau ones, I think his sin in Calgary. But here he seems to get some pretty solid deals done. It's just, it was gun to your head. You need like this bottom 6 power forward with some fucking snot. Oh my God, Laughton, we can get him. Everyone's making bids, and fucking you think you're going to win a Stanley Cup. Like you're winning the Atlantic. You've got these horses. Everyone's in their fucking prime. You finally have goaltending. You're taking a goddamn swing. And that was Carlo and that was Lawton. And fuck me if a bouncer, like whatever you want to call that 7-game series. I mean, I just said that I just think the cream rises to the crop in a 7-game series, but shit, yeah, you were pretty close. Maybe he was close, and maybe those deals, if they go to the Western Conference Finals and get to that Game 7 or get to the Cup final, no one's ripping on them quite so hard, but they didn't. I get it, and fuck, maybe. Like, is that a unanimous thing in your mind? They missed the playoffs, which you've just said they will, that Tree's gone and you can't get on board with him being part of whatever happens next.
I mean, I guess part of it is just concerning about, like, do you want the guy, or do you think the guy will take the approach of being the guy who's going to be here to oversee the rebuilds? And if that's the case, then okay, I could probably stomach it a little bit, but there's part of my brain that worries that he's the one who's looking at this being like, I need to fix this and I need to fix this fast. And then there's a different approach of how he goes into these trades or whatever. That's kind of more what I'm saying is like, do you want to just take a fresh look at this from somebody else? And I want to make it clear, I'm not like blaming Treliving, and I think Lawton was the right trade, wrong price. Like Carlo just too expensive, but those are kind of guys you looked at and were like, we need those. And when they came here, we're pumped up to get those pieces. Like nobody looked at them and was like, that fucking sucks in the moment. It's hindsight for a lot of people. And I mean, what we end up dealing with is people being the smartest people in the room saying, I knew that one was going to be bad. It's like, really? We were right there with you, reading your comments and seeing you tweet at us the whole time being like, this is fucking awesome. I just think it hurts retrospectively. And had you won Game 7 and you went to the third round, I bet you nobody's talking about it to the same extent, even if they have the season they are right now. Because you look at it and you went, wow, you got past the point that we'd never been able to get to with this group in particular. And yeah, I don't know. It's wondering, more from my perspective, Rosie, is wondering if it's just time to have somebody attack it with a fresh look.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get that sentiment. Part of, like, depending on who it is and whatnot, they come in and it's like, oh, fuck, does this guy actually know what's going on in here? How closely has he been following this group and this team? Is it going to take quite a bit for him to get his legs under him? And like, holy fucking, like, I kind of want some moves to be made by, and fine, you know what? Maybe that's not Tree, whatever. It's just, I do feel like it's just hindsight. So you fire a guy in hindsight, and maybe that's all you need to know is hindsight. I don't know. It's just like I'm not as aggressively against Tree's moves like as some people are, and I would not be totally rattled. I wouldn't be rattled at all. I'd say, okay, if they said let's take the next 3 years and make something happen here. I don't even know if that's the right number, or whose contracts are coming up and whatnot, but I'm not, I guess I just haven't turned my back on Tree. I want to see some change. I want to see something different that makes sense. It would be fun to make a splash. It'd be fun to have a fucking blockbuster deal, man. It totally would. And change things right fucking now. And it works for everybody. Like big trades, everyone's like, oh my God, you just said to trade somebody. So what? Trade Willie Nylander. Am I married to the guy? Is he the blessed child of Toronto? No. He's a really good hockey player, and things might kind of be going south, maybe personally for him and the team, maybe obviously for the team with this big step back. Maybe everyone could use a change of scenery, and you get this fucking haul back from a team who's got a guy. And again, then you can talk about, well, who's not where they want to be right now with a really stud group of players or prospects and a first or whatever. And then there is your, in 2 years, man, we might be like, you know what I mean? And just have something to get on, because I'm just tired of the fucking same. And it's this main mantle core group of Toronto Maple Leafs lately just is too goddamn inconsistent. It's too hard for them to play hard. It's too hard for them to play the right way. Even when they do, there's too many other holes. Like, fuck me. Are we getting better? Are we getting worse here? And I'm getting tired of the same old script.
Yep. And I think you were bang on too when you came on and said specifically about tonight, this game against Buffalo. Like, you showed after the opening little bit of disaster that you kind of got away with there, because that one was offside, where it was like, the Buffalo scores first to kind of get that sinking feeling like this thing's
It
going to be
happened
over.
anyway. It
Yeah, you
happened
got out of
anyway.
it, but then it's just it's still behind the eight ball in that one. You whatever, okay, you're back and forth, you battle through, you get the lead, you give it up, you get the lead, you give it up. All of a sudden, Buffalo's in the lead going into the second period. I thought that they had good effort there to start, and maybe not the best execution, but brought some pace, brought some tempo. Like there was some intensity and some recognition of, hey, this is like that important. It's just infuriating to me to watch it as the game went on, because it's just everything involved. Yeah, not that good of a team, slow. You got guys who are injured, guys who are banged up. Your best players aren't. Some of your guys who could make a difference, some of your better players, Nylander, Tanev, guys that are going to play a lot of time, they're not involved. They can't help this thing out. And then just that interest level just drops off. And I mean, even at the end, like it's just I look at it sometimes and I just want them to be fighting and clawing their way through it, even if they're not that good. And it feels like that's missing. So now it's just hard to watch in general. Like they don't have that.
No, and like credit to the Buffalo Sabres, like they're a good looking team, and they've got some horses on that thing, and they might become a wagon here somehow after just perennially it's so easy just to write them off because they just write themselves off every year. You've gotten to the point where you just accept that. Well, like you talked before, a calamity of errors or like perfect what'd you say, like it was an oxymoron or something. You're like, everything's going perfectly wrong.
Yeah.
Like when it rains it fucking pours. And look at this division. Like, sorry to tell everybody, but the Montreal Canadiens are coming, right? The Detroit Red Wings all of a sudden have found it. The Buffalo Sabres don't lose anymore. And there's Boston's supposed to be in the middle of a rebuild. They're kicking you out of the playoffs. Like, it's not any easier, man. And what does the future hold? Tampa. I mean, I'm surprised that Florida is not. And maybe I know they're kind of looking cooked, which is just weird. But like, there's a new lens to look through this division at. It's not any easier. It's always been hard, and now there's a bunch of horses now. Like, fuck, you're taking a step back, and teams around you that you're used to not having to worry about and banking on a lot of points per season against are now turning into kind of are these guys wagons or what's going on? When it rains, it pours. The injuries that have happened are our goalies what we hoped they were. I still don't think we're having that conversation. I think, with the emergence of Hill to be 2, our goaltending's in a pretty good situation, and the whole thing right now feels like it's falling apart. There's nothing that's going, thank God we have that. Scott Laughton has been a story lately. Okay, he's a bottom 6 guy, and he only gets played 9 fucking minutes a night, which is one of my gripes with Berube. It's like, how do you not? You need more of that. You desperately need more of that. How are you not playing that guy more on opportunities where you could, games where you could? It's got to have something to do with the Philly days or something of like, what is with that bad blood? You honestly can't. You're dying and begging your players for X, and here's a guy that's giving it to you and having success and being a major factor in lots of games in a row, kind of consistently, and he can't break the 10-minute mark. What the fuck is with that?
That's the one I have a problem with here too, and I think a lot of people in the chat also struggle with is the decision making. Like I looked at it in a vacuum on the one situation against the Vegas Golden Knights, and that game that they played in Vegas when they were winning with 45 seconds left and a face-off in their own zone, and they put out Matthews, Knies, and Tavares as the forwards that they had to close that game out. Knies is banged up. John Tavares is older, slower, and you can very clearly tell dealing with just the fatigue of the season. Meanwhile, you had Scott Laughton, who's like invincible on draws, and the guy that you put out to kill every penalty for like 99% of the penalty while it's on, because he's so good at defending and sacrificing the body and making the play, and he just won't go out there. And then it's just like followed up by the Minnesota game on the Monday night where Berube says, about him playing in the top 6. He's like, well, I could put anybody in the top 6. And it wasn't like a compliment to the guys that they had on the team. He didn't say it that way of like, well, everybody's so good, anybody could go in there. It was like a weird side dig at Lawton to almost say
Sounded like shade, hey?
Yeah, and it was just like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why? And I agree with you. I don't have that many problems with him. I just question some of the decision-making that takes place. I don't have that many issues with, like, systems or what he wants them to do. It's just some of the decisions at times drive me up a fucking wall. Like, the Lawton one is the one I can't get over. And people here in the chat lose their shit because I love Scott Lawton, and they're like, look at this guy. Here you go, talking about Scott Lawton again. But it's the one that I look at with him where I just can't understand the usage or the lack thereof. And even tonight, Rosie, like, why does Calle Yarncroke have to play in this lineup and Jacob Quillen can't stay in? He did nothing wrong in the Colorado game. He's not the reason they lost that one. And then what did Calle Yarncroke do for you tonight, other than the fact that he's a guy that Berube knows?
Yeah, I know. I know. He probably brings a little more speed if that's what you're lacking, you could say. I think he just wanted to go with the veteranness. Maybe there's something about Calle he likes. I don't know. At the end of the day, we're fucking nitpicking about the fourth line winger.
Yeah.
I just think there's just a whole identity DNA thing, not to bring those words up, that have got you in this position in the fucking first place.
Yep.
And to that game, that specific game we just watched, I just thought the D zone was just in shambles. I mean, you get 7 hung on you in kind of a must win. There's been a bunch of must wins, and they kind of are. And then there was like 4 of them that you lost, and now it's like these actually might be must wins. But it was one of those games, and you get 7 hung on you. Like, what are you doing in your D zone? Like, if you could just find a highlight reel of their worst, 5 minutes straight of D zone, it just looks like a 5-on-3 when everyone's absolutely collapsed legs and their knee braces are on backwards and they're just straight leg and they're just pointing at stuff and they can't even fucking move and they're just getting shelled. And then you just see that enough times, and then maybe they get away with it with some kind of a fucking hack it out, and someone takes it up 1-on-3, and then everyone changes, and then someone else comes out, and it's all this fucking combobulated, and we end up back and right in our zone again, and then it's a pepper show again. Like, holy fuck. You ain't doing a lot of winning when you're doing that, and that was the story of tonight. And there's been other nights where it's different stuff, but at the end of the day, it's just it's always been that fucking who's leading the charge and how are you on the same page and what is the game plan to execute as hard as you fucking can so that you're in control of the game for the majority of the 60 minutes. You're controlling the momentum. You're tilting that ice because the other team's getting frustrated. They're starting to abandon their plan. You're getting excited because everything's working. You're being positive. You have energy. Everyone's licking their lips. It's fun to play like that, and you can just find it and access it. And it's like they just can't access it enough, like not even close. Sometimes it's the fucking complete opposite of what they need to do. Sometimes it's pathetic, and sometimes it's embarrassing, and that's just on that effort, intensity, compete level side of things. At the end of the day, I mean, you need more talent on this fucking team. There's always been lots of talent. How many games can you drop that are big? How many times can you get scored on in the last fucking minute of a period? How many times can you get scored on right away at the drop of the puck in the first? How many times can you get scored on right away when you need a response in a period? It's just they do it like clockwork, man. They're all the good qualities that don't get talked about very much that make good teams like really good, and they just haven't had any of them all fucking season long, except for that what's turning out to be a blip on the radar 10 games after Christmas.
But that's also been a problem that these guys have had for a long time, dude. Mike Babcock used to say, I said it in the game preview today, start on time. 10 fucking years of figuring out how to start on time. It's unacceptable at this point. I want to read a couple of things to you here in the super chats that have come in, and then I'm going to let you get out of here. You spent a lot of time with us here on the post game, and we've got a lot of conversations to have about this team, whether it's with you on Leafs Morning Take or here on the After Dark to close out this season. There's a lot to do, so we don't want to blow our load too early here on just this one. I will do all of that and more with the chat as they continue to call in and send in super chats. But just a reminder to people, proceeds from our super chats do go to Sick Kids Charity. Make sure to get those super chats in. If you want your question, comment, concern read here on the postgame show, I will read all of them that come in. There is also a poll in the chat for people if you want to get involved in this. Who deserves the most blame for this disaster? I'll recap it when Rosie gets off. MLSC, Treliving, Berube, the players. The players, Rosie, right now, they are in the lead 22 minutes into this one. So keep hitting that like button, subscribe here to the channel. We'll open up the call lines after Rosie gets off. Not going to keep them for much longer here, but some super chats that have come in the meantime. Maxentius Decimus says, Buffalo W ends the season for these losers. Seems that way. Benedil, been an interesting year. Thanks for the streams. See you guys in October. It's too bad that we're just dropping people off in January, but appreciate it anyways, Benedil. I guess if you're not going to be convinced to come back, we will see you in October. Rosie, this is kind of where I want to go with you here, though. When I ask you the final question, Zach Green says, winless homestand, win in 8 games. In order to have a sniff at the playoffs, Leafs have to go 20-10. Forget a retool. So it's 20-9, actually, by the way, now. But forget a retool. It's time for a rebuild. Then he says, Rosie is the exact type of player the Leafs are missing. Give us a rant. Let's hear it. Rebuild incoming. So I'm not going to ask you specifically about that, but I kind of want to ask you a little bit of a deeper question. I'm going to put you on the spot, but I think it kind of answers the rebuild question a little bit, because if your answer goes one way, it implies something. So I want to do the belief or make belief that we had done earlier. And I'm going to ask it to you like this, okay? There is a future in which Auston Matthews and or one of, at least, William Nylander are a part of the Maple Leafs' successful future. So this team has success. One of, or both, of William Nylander and Auston Matthews can be a part of it. Do you understand what I'm asking? Did I ask that like a fucking idiot? It's quite possible I did.
Just clarify. Both or one of? Let's clarify here.
Okay, well, I was going to say like
it matters.
You could have one or both, or the other option is neither.
I want it to be
so
both.
Okay, both
or belief or make belief.
Okay, both or not?
Yeah,
your question. Go.
My own question.
Yeah, you give me the question back that you're answering right now.
Well, it matters. Okay, I guess I'll just two-part it then if we're gonna do that.
No, that's okay.
I don't think they're gonna have, like, what is success? I guess at this point it's getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. Sadly, I mean, ultimately, like, that would be more of a success, or at least everyone would be positive in the off season, and get to the final and to win a Stanley Cup. I just don't see you doing that with both of them. I don't. There's not enough meat left on the bone for someone else. I just don't like the attitudes of them. I don't like, they're nice people and everything, but as hockey players to lead this team to the promised land, I just don't love what I see. I think it's holding them back. They have had lots of iterations of this team. Like, if you're so set on their skill being so valuable that you cannot do without them, then why haven't you had any fucking success at all, let's be honest, with all these different iterations of players and supporting casts and defensive cores and coaching staffs and power play coaches and general managers? Like, zero success. And I don't know, like, fuck me, man. I think we need, that brings me back to my thing of, like, let's do something drastic here. And I mentioned that, you know, you're seeing these guys making, what was Kaprizov's AAV? Is it 16?
17, I think.
17. You're gonna see a Connor McDavid or someone make $20 million in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. Holy shit! Like, you can have Auston at and how long until he tails off? Like, he's only 28 or 9, right?
28. Yep.
Like, if he's a number 2 guy and doesn't have the captain, like, fuck me, I think that's where you think he's good. And he can have some personality and nothing bothers you. You want him to be this, perfect, you want him to be Nathan McKinnon, and he's just not, with his personality and like commitment and I don't know, saying the right things and just being one of those hockey nerds who just lives and breathes it and stuff, you know. Like, I get, not everyone's like that. I'm not blaming him for it, but you want that out of the captain that's going to play in this market. You need like a Nathan McKinnon type of mentality mixed with as much fucking talent as the guy's got. And I just feel like he's lacking kind of in that department. I like him as a number 2 guy and stuff. And I like him as, you know, not having to be the C and not having to do all that shit, but having like a dog. And if the cap's going up that much and you're paying that many players, and say William Nylander isn't part of it, because like I just don't think he's a serious fucking hockey player. He's really good, but really good. Like, you can't be that fucking loosey-goosey. I don't give a fuck about nothing. I'm a badass. I'm an outlaw and fuck everything and whatever, that wherever else his head is, and make that much money and just, you know, just put up the points. Like, you need to have a bunch of layers to your game, I think, in today's NHL in the playoffs. You need to have more layers to your game. And it's not like he's lacking all that much. He's a high value thing. That's why I'm even talking about it, because like, what the fuck could you get for that guy? He's not jaded, then the market's not down on him. It's not like he's like injured and he's all fucked up and he hasn't produced in 2 years and you're trying to sell him for the high market price. Like, he's fucking William Nylander. I just don't know if you can win with him and Auston Matthews leading the charge. From what I've seen, you can't. Someone's argument might be, you know, Shanahan's argument was, well, fuck, it took us 10 years. It took Stevie Y 13 years to do it. That kind of blows my mind. Like, I look at Stevie Y, I don't think there's anything about his legacy that's jaded by the fact it took him a long time to do it. I mean, fuck, all I think about him is like a winner and Mr. So,
well, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to jump in quick. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure there was no salary cap.
Yeah, I know. It's different.
I'm not saying that just makes it easy, but I'm just saying it's a little bit of a different landscape.
Nonetheless, and that's fucking beside the point. But I'm sorry. Like, tonight's a night where I just look and just make an honest. Are we going to win with Nylander and Matthews leading the charge? And I've kind of seen enough, and to torch him. I've done the personal. I've made it seem personal and torch him and fucking want to do the raw thing. And it's kind of, I don't want to do that to these guys. It's not personal, and I'm just talking business here. Let's fucking move Willie and try to get some stuff and take a big fucking swing on somebody. Who the fuck who is gonna be the number 1 in Toronto and bump Matthews down and take the C? Fuck me, like, what a pipe dream, man. They're never doing that.
It doesn't have to be a forward. That's the one thing too I want to like point out to people. It doesn't have to be the forward. What is one thing that these guys look? I'm doing fantasy land here. I'm well aware of that. I'm playing.
So am I, dude. I thought that's what we're doing.
But I no, it's a good point though. But like the one thing too we always talk about is like, who's the other guy you bring in here on forwards? Who's the forward you bring in to push these guys out? Well, unfortunately, you have less trade chips now because you just fucked up with the one handling of one guy who you got Nick Waugh back for, and there's no shade to Nick Waugh, but it just doesn't equate when you lose Mitch Marner. You've lost the chip, but you've never had the number 1 D. Morgan Rielly has never been that guy. He's been miscast as that guy the entire time he's been here. I think in a similar sense, different but similar, is like the Dion Phaneuf thing. If Dion Phaneuf was never supposed to be the number 1, I think Leafs fans would have been so much easier on him and loved him way more, because he's so good at what he did, but he was not a number 1 ever. He just wasn't a 1, and you put him at that, and everybody's like, oh, this guy's fucking sucks. He's like, well, maybe he's just not a 1. Similar with Rielly. But the point, that's aside from what I'm trying to say, but is just more so, you've never had the dog. You've never had the horse back there. I look at Tampa, Florida, Detroit, Montreal now. Look at Minnesota, what they just picked up. Dallas, Colorado. Like, these teams that you can look at, they've all got them. You know, I'm not going to list every single guy, but you can pick each one of those teams. They've got a number 1. We just never have. LA Kings, Doughty, right? They had the guy, and you never did here in Toronto. Maybe it's time to start and do something different, and maybe the dog doesn't have to be another forward. Maybe it doesn't have to be that way. Maybe you still need better forwards, let's be honest, but maybe it's not that guy. Maybe it's going and saying, let's get the stud D-man and let's figure that out. I don't know if you, Rosie, the one thing I was leading to with the question, which you did answer, by the way, but I was going
fucking spun into no man's land.
No, you answered it. You answered it. And I think it answers it here is like, if you don't have to get rid of both of them, I don't think rebuild is necessary. Because rebuild, in my brain at least, which I think a lot of people would share the opinion of, is that if you rebuild, it's everybody gone. It's all these guys out. And if
everybody for picks. And
yes. And if you can keep one of the two, and maybe it's just Matthews, but if you can keep one, I think you're not looking at a rebuild. You're looking at just reconstructing what you have and retooling more aligned with like what Boston did or something. And maybe that's overly optimistic, but more along those lines. I hear you.
No, it's worked for other players. I don't want to do that and then start like you're just going to you're going to draft all these players, and in best case scenario, they're all fucking great and you did a great job drafting. You can't even begin to try and keep the team together because everyone's coming up at the same time. Everyone's looking for contract times are coming like crazy in the salary cap world. And there's going to be a time where you're like, they're not quite ready and they're close, but we can't even keep the fucking group together. And then it's like all us waiting and you're getting rid of who? Are you kidding me? Holy fuck. I don't want to go through that. It's like, I'm just saying, make a fucking move, make a big move, change the DNA of this team. I know you tried to change the DNA before and make it a little rougher and rowdier and stuff, but I think it's more than that. And I think it takes a bigger swing. I'm not interested in just getting another Joshua and Nick Watt in the summertime and doing her all over again. You'll have something else will fucking happen, and one of the guys will be hurt all season, or someone will get surgery, or one guy won't be. Something else will happen, and it'll be a hiccup. And it's like, holy fuck! Now we're right back where we were in 2026, and we did fuck all, and we just lost a year. I just don't want that. Is my point. I can't do fucking that. I need different.
I think at this point, this is when you kind of approach the rest of the season. You see what you've got here right now. You're not going to swing. I don't think you're making a trade of Nylander, Matthews, or Riley in the season. It's not going to happen at the deadline this year. But this is when you maybe try to make that push where, like, I'm 99% sure that the Minnesota Wilds picked up Brock Faber for Kevin Fiala. It's hard to do, it's hard to hit and get it exactly right, but you rely on your pro scouts, you rely on your amateur scouts, and maybe they can identify some people who are coming through, and you could pick off some of those guys in some of these trades where maybe it's a guy who's not rated that highly, but you think the guy's got a future, and you could find a way with, OELs and McCabe's and those kinds of guys on their way out. So it's gonna be an interesting. What the fuck do we even have here, Rosie? Like we're doing coverage through the Olympics. There's no hockey even on. What are we gonna talk about? It's just gonna be fantasy trades every single day.
It's gonna be a weird spring, man. But I don't know. Like at this rate, when could you? If they're math, do you think they'll have to wait till they're mathematically out of the playoffs to say something or address any kind of a direction or a plan? Or do you think it'll just be like, oh, they made a trade, who for who? Oh, so it's official, they're sellers or something. Like at what? I wonder where their heads are at legit. And I wonder if they go through the same ups and downs that sometimes we do, but I don't think it's debatable that today feels like a pin in the calendar moment, and it fucking sucks, I'll tell you that.
I don't know. I just hope that they're realistic about the evaluation of the team, because they can't. If they are seeing something differently from what we are seeing that's taking place on the ice right now, there is a bigger problem at hand, Rosie. Like if they are looking at this and being like, we've got it in the room, like after a game like this tonight, it's like, we might have problems. But I don't know. I do think it probably takes a little bit. They probably work it into the Olympic break and see where you're at after. But you talked about leaders. I want to leave you with this on your way out, because you spent a lot of time. I've said that a few times here, but you were very generous with your time, and I don't want to take up too much more. So I'll leave you with this on your way out. You said you want a leader. a guy in that room who's the horse. He's a dog. He's all that kind of stuff. And it might not be shown right now because I think he's a little banged up still playing through something. But Anna Dua tweets this after the game. Matthew Knies on the current standings and Toronto's push to secure a playoff spot. Quote, I haven't really looked at the standings much. That's how confident I am we'll get there. End quote.
Woof, really?
Yeah.
Hey, Nicey. Hey, love the steel balls, buddy. Hey, you. I love you saying that. It's clear you haven't looked at the standings, but you know what? I don't know. Like, it's been so long of thinking, well, if they can put her together, I mean, they can get there. But now the math is starting to really hurt, and they're playing their worst hockey this season. So I can't say I share Matthew Knies' confidence in this right now and his positivity and his outlook. But it's a pretty bold statement, all things considered. There's lots of something about that locker room where they just can't quite say what everyone's thinking. And I get being positive and I get the market and everything, but like, why not say, like, you know, it's such a piss off to be where we are. We think we're a better team than that, and we've played better hockey, and we're just not accessing it right now, and our backs are against the wall, and our season is fucking slipping away. And I don't know what the final nail in the coffin is going to be, but I know that I'm just going to be fucking working my nuts off and doing everything I possibly can until they officially tap us on the shoulder and say, there's no playoffs this year. We were going to believe in this room and just try to do anything we possibly can, because a lot stranger things have happened. I guess that's what he's trying to say with that, and I'm okay with that. Fucking A. Good on you. Hey, I would love to eat crow and have them make the playoffs. Fuck, would that be nice to wrap my head around? We're going to the fucking playoffs in April. And what's that going to look like, and how big of a reset, and how much different could the team look after that 3-week playoff break? Like, with everyone kind of healed up and shit, could we just go pew? But it's the same shit you say. I said, you know, coming out of training camp and shit. And I don't know, they've just done too much damage by playing too shitty. And there's just not enough evidence that is anything to you, let alone to talk about, let alone rely on, you know. But interesting talk from Nice guy. I really like the guy. I hope he's here long term. I think he's absolutely a guy that would be a horse in a playoff series. If you built a team that had that character and mentality and that culture around it, I would want him on it all fucking day. One day, he might be the captain of the ship for all I know. Who knows where this thing's going to go? But I am a Matthew Knies guy. I think anyone else who is dealing with whatever the fuck it is he's dealing with, he can skate at like 60% right now. Anyone else would be in the press box fucking doing Lord knows whatever the guys do up in the press box. But Knies playing through some shit. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, that is clear. As far as the comments go, I don't know. It's like, from the outside looking in, I just can only laugh at it. In reality, I do kind of, like, what is he going to say? Like, it's one of those situations where if he came out and he was like, the season's over, we just fucked it, it's done. We're like, our heads are exploding here. That's the best that he could do. And I don't blame him for at least having that mindset and not moping around in there and saying that. So whatever. It's probably not the right thing to say right now, given the temperature, but it's the best.
But he was pretty aggressive on the other side of it, nonetheless. Hey,
yeah, it is what it is. All right, Rosie. I appreciate you for doing this. I did, by the way, give the chat the opportunity to vote here. 815 votes in the last 40 minutes. Who deserves the most blame for this disaster? The leader in the clubhouse right now, when I will be ending this poll, the players. 46%, MLSE 29, Treliving 22, Berube 3% of the votes for him. So
really,
that's how that shakes out. Yep.
Interesting. I thought people would be hating on Berube harder, but I think you watch enough of that hockey and saying, fuck, the guy's asking you to do what it takes to be consistent and to do damage in the league every night. And we've just watched so many times them just like, I think there's enough in that room to be a good hockey team. And we did see it for that 10 games. It's just that they refuse to do the hard stuff. Like, it's fucking hard to play like the Florida Panthers. Why do you think there's only one Florida Panthers? Like, the teams that are the big teams that have the dogs to go in the playoffs, it's kind of hard to do that. And it's getting harder and harder as these kids come up from, maybe argue, a softer and softer upbringing. They just don't, like, no one's chucking hay bales on the fucking farm that's coming up into the NHL. It doesn't seem like. and they're just less willing to do that hard shit. And I think that's why people, at least that's why I'm seeing that this isn't Craig Berube's fucking fault. If those guys wanted to do what he was asking, they would, but they don't. And that's why I think that number is as high for the players. And I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think a better constructed roster and guys who maybe gave a little bit more of a shit, maybe a little bit more health. I don't think that this looks as bad for Berube, but it's not the case, and you can only work with what's in front of you. So, Rosie, thank you for doing this. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
dude.
There's a lot
Friend
more
of the
to talk
show.
about. Friend of the show, buddy. You're just part of the show. It's not friend of the show.
How are you going to do shows with no fucking playoffs? Oh my God. We got to rename the show, or you got to do something.
Rename the show. Dude, you know what's the most depressing? Just a side note is like, that was like the peak for me last year doing the playoffs, like the most fun I've had. I've just been doing the post-game shows on my own, sitting in my room yelling and screaming for a while, and finally like I'm a part of this team. I'm having a blast. It's awesome. And then we're doing shows in bars. We're meeting all the people who show up and watch the show every single day, getting you flying in. I'm like, this is awesome. We're going to go on another run next year. Like, imagine rounds 3. Imagine we get to the Stanley Cup. And then we're talking about missing the playoffs. I went from highest to highs to lowest to lowest, bro. It's dark, man. I'm going to be golfing. That's what I'm going to do. Every day is just golf. Finish my shows, go to the golf course.
Well, we got to play together this spring. Apparently, we're going to have lots of time. And one thing that majorly pisses me off is like the Marner sympathizers are just sitting there going, I told you so. Like he's the fucking answer. That's part of what kills me. Anyway, lots of time to bullshit it. Thanks for having me on. I'll let Rosie. You get to it.
All right, there you go. Thanks, Rosie. Appreciate it. Jay Rosehill jumping on with us here on the Leafs Nation After Dark. Spent a lot of time with us here tonight. Leafs Nation 401 right here on YouTube. Obviously, Rosie jumping off here now, but plenty of time to go still on the show. If you've been here before, if you're just new, the show goes for a long time. It goes until the chat is done with the show, and the chat could be done with the show at any point. That's how we do things here on the Leafs Nation After Dark, especially following a devastating loss like that. You get a season ender effectively against the Sabres where you blow it 7-4, and it's a combination of all the problems that took place over the last 10 years coming together in one game. People are going to be pissed off. People are going to be frustrated. People are going to want to talk about it. The call line is pinned in the chat there. If you want to call in, we'll get to that as well. We will answer all the calls. We will answer all the super chats. There are more that are in here as well. But before we can, this segment is a presentation of Bet365. Whatever your bet is, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Use promo code NATION. That's NATION. Promo code NATION. NATION. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. Best bet tonight. I'm glad it won, but I'm also pissed off that it won because I wish this wasn't the case. But if people watched me earlier, I know there's a lot of people who've come back from before who all think and feel the same thing. And then it's that I like when the team loses and they're bad. That is actually completely incorrect. I don't like when the team loses. I hate when they're bad. It absolutely sucks. I want to watch the team compete every year, and I desperately want to see the team win a Stanley Cup. And if you watch the game preview that I did earlier today, I think you see some of that frustration I experienced come through in that game preview. And I talked about, I just don't trust this team. I don't trust the team to show up and win this game. I don't trust the team to be in a spot to come through and get it done in the moment that matters. And I bet on the Buffalo Sabres to win this game, and I bet them to win it by 2 or more. And the other thing I threw out was potentially taking a look at -2.5. I didn't put that as a best bet. The best bet I did put was the Buffalo Sabres -1.5 there, plus 200 or 205 actually on that one. A half unit profits us 102.5 here tonight. So that was our best bet. That one cashes, and that brings us to a total on the season of down 0.98 units. So getting us back towards even on the year. I hate it. It was disgusting. I wish I didn't have to do it, but that was tonight's best bet, and that one does cash. And hopefully going forward, we can be smart and meticulous and methodical about how we approach these best bets, courtesy of our friends over at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. But yeah, frustrating. We're going to get to callers here in a moment. Just before we do, for those who are new, just a note to you, because there's over 1,000 people. There's 1,100 plus people watching the post game. For every set of 50 likes we get here on the stream, and there's a bunch that have piled up here during during the show tonight. For every set of 50 likes, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, whatever it may be, we do the smelling salts, and as of right now we have 236. So I owe you guys 4 smelling salts. We get to 250. I owe you 5, but keep a tally. Here are the first ones. Here are the first set of 50 likes. Here's the smelling salts. Heyo 6482 says, betting against your own team, then crying? No wonder everyone hates Leafs fans. Heyo. I don't know if you're new here or if you're just not familiar with the Maple Leafs or what, but I wasn't betting against the Maple Leafs because I didn't want them to win. I was betting against them because I didn't think they would win. So that was the smartest move in terms of making money here tonight. And guess what? The thought and the belief that I had about this team and what they are and what they could be and the character and all that kind of stuff, the quality of team that was put forth on the ice, they weren't good enough. And they lost. So I was right on that one. So that one ends up winning us money, and anybody who tailed that won money here too. There's the first smelling salts. There's more super chats to get to, and we'll keep getting to those, but let's start first and foremost with our first caller of the night. Let's welcome to the program Zach G. Zach, great name. What's up tonight, Zach?
Great name, great name. I'm just beyond pissed off right now. I can't. I was watching this game with a buddy that's a huge Sabres fan, so that was extra annoying. And I got lucky with that offside call because I got when they scored that goal, I was like, okay, we're screwed. And
Yep.
and and you're watching these guys play, and they're basically chasing the game the whole night. Like Rosie said, like the D zone was absolutely terrible, and it's been an issue in this market for years and years that we just never had that number one D guy. Just never had somebody that could actually make an impact on the back end like that. You have Riley there, and you're expecting him to be that guy. And he never amounted to that.
Yep.
And it's just evident to me that little 10-game thing was definitely a little blip on the season, and that's probably the last we're going to see of that kind of hockey from this team, which is kind of bizarre because it just seemed like they kind of were starting to get it. They're starting to play the right way, kind of getting the scrums, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But like the team's always relying on the Leafs always rely on like really good goaltending with subpar at best defense, and they always had that offense. You lose Mitch, you lose the 100 points, whatever. That's whatever. These guys were still able to produce, for a bit there in the season, but it's like you can't rely on the goaltending when it's starting to fall apart. And you see, Anthony Stolarz comes in, and for whatever reason, they decided to play him in that Vegas game. And I don't know, man. Like you said it multiple times, like the decision making from the bench is just outrageous. Like Scott Lawton, like our best defensive forward, the only forward that plays like one of the only forwards that play like a hard style like game that you kind of need on this team because they just don't seem to want to play that way. And like 9-10 minutes a night is ridiculous for a guy like that. Whatever the reasoning is, I don't care. Like you're either gonna fire Berube, bring somebody else in to coach and actually use the player, or you're gonna have to sell him because like. There's a ton of teams that are in the playoff hunt right now that would love to have Scott Lawton on their team on the third line, and he's going to make a huge impact come playoff time. And it's just mind blowing, man. I've been watching this team my whole friggin' life, and it's so frustrating. You get this unbelievable first overall pick. You get William Nylander, you get Mitch Martin. You're like, holy shit, they're gonna get a cup. Like for sure, they should get a cup. Didn't happen, won't happen. And to Rosie's point, I don't think you can keep both those guys if you're going to do anything with this team. You're going to have to sell one of them. And I
Yeah.
don't think it's going to be Matthews. It's going to be Willie. I think he's already kind of making his way out as we speak, like just the way he's acting, the way he's, sitting for however many games with whatever injury he has. Like, whatever it is, like groin or ankle or whatever, you're still watching like Matthew Knies go out there and just still play like hard. He's still trying to finish hits. He's still trying to make plays. Like I don't know, man. I can't get behind this team anymore. I'd like to see something happen here. Like
Yeah.
I don't think it should happen before the Olympic break. I don't think it even should happen at the trade deadline. I think it's like one of these things where you wait the rest of the season out, watch them drop like probably 15 or more of the next 29 games. And then I guess at the end of the season, you got to make a decision. And it's probably, I don't know, man. Like if Tree's not making any moves now, I'm wondering if he's already had these conversations about his long-term plans with the team. And maybe they're going to give him that opportunity. But I agree with you. I don't think he's the guy for the job.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I understand what Rosie's saying, and it's like, who's the guy who's out there who's better? It's just my concern is he was brought in to be the guy who was going to close it. Now, all of a sudden, you're looking at a position where whether you want to place all the blame on him or not, he's being a piece of this thing going sideways. And it's not to excuse him because I obviously think he's made mistakes here. It's very clear with what's happened on the ice, and I think if guys are healthy, but this is where I'm speaking in perfect terms, and I'm aware that it's not perfect, and you don't just get away with injury-free seasons and that kind of stuff, but it's like the decisions that have been made have put you in a bad spot. Some of the trades were just too expensive that now you look at and it's like, okay, do these players help you? Yes, they do. But now that you're not going to be a good team, do the trades hurt you? Yes, they did, because you don't have those young guys. You don't have those picks here to be a part of the future. And those were mistakes. So I look at those. I look at, bringing in a guy like Matias Michelli, was that necessary? Or maybe should you have tried to go and get a defenseman? Should you have pushed harder to move out Mitch Marner? Should you have pushed harder to move out Morgan Riley? Like, should you have moved these guys around? But the blame can't all fall on Treliving is kind of where I'm trying to get at in terms of what's happened here along the way. And I think this is a whole organizational issue from top to bottom. You go and get all these guys, you bring in all the kids, and this show, I think tonight will be a whole kind of post-mortem of the entire era that we've seen take place. And it's just, you go out there and you get these guys, you get these pieces, and you bring in your young superstars, but then you brought in too many of the same guy, and you tried to build the team with this philosophy of doing it from the front to the back, which is something like no team has ever been successful doing. Nobody builds their team front to back, and instead that's what Dubas and that's what Shanahan thought was going to be the best, and they signed all the contracts, they gave the no-move clauses, they gave the short-term deals, all of it, to all these guys and gave them anything and everything they wanted. So while the philosophy was flawed, the execution of it was also flawed because you kind of just coddled and bubble-wrapped every single guy. Then look past those guys, the PR team, the people involved in how they brought the young guys into the world, like how they raised these kids into the NHL world, vastly different than any other young guys ever had in this league. Every guy that came in here, they weren't allowed to speak to the media. They weren't allowed to do pregame, postgame, morning skate. You never got access to them. They never joined in summer calls or anything like that with radio stations. They never went out and did anything like that. Sure, they were involved in the community. That's great, but they never did any serious questioning. They weren't allowed to. You just bubble wrapped them and protected them. Now, what have you seen from these guys here where they're 28, 29, 27 years old? They struggle to answer questions in front of the media. They do the wrong things publicly. Like, it's just been a problem from start to finish all the way through. And then Brad Treliving was the guy who pushed us over the cliff with some poor moves. And I just think if he's the guy who's the head of driving this bus to turn things around, you're in a position now where you have a guy who knows that he was supposed to build or complete the contender came close, made mistakes, saw it miss and do what it's doing now, and I worry that there becomes a level of panic, whether the organization tells him it's time to retool and go the other way, where he thinks he can accelerate this and maybe not get full value on trades because he's going to try to be better for next year immediately with some of those trades and those moves, then that could be a problem. And the other thing is, what if they just go into this and they don't look at it that way and they're like, well, we'll keep these guys. We'll keep pieces that could bring us back value because they could help us next year. They have another year on their deal or whatever. What if somebody calling on Brandon Carlo and you're just like, oh, he's got another year and we think he could help us or whatever it may be? No, it's time to start to move off of these pieces, get yourself some assets back, and then refresh and look at how it is in the summer. And I worry that Brad Treliving is not the piece to do so at this deadline particular. And the only thing I disagree with you on, Zach, is like, you don't leave this until the summer to move some of these pieces. Like, if the Oilers seem to have a ton of interest in Bobby McMahon, if they come calling and they're willing to offer up something big for him, big is obviously relative, knowing what the player is and what he might bring back, you entertain that call. If the Oilers come calling and they want one of your goaltenders, who's probably Stolarz or Wall, which I don't know how much value Stolarz has, you entertain that call because you have, or you're supposed to have, younger guys coming through. You had Akhtiemov, who's an AHL All-Star. Not always translatable directly to the NHL, but he's supposed to be coming through. You have Joseph Woll here right now, who is a good goaltender, is having a really tough time right now, but maybe he's a guy that you take for the future. Maybe Dennis Hildeby you keep for the future, and you can move off of somebody depending on what the package is. But right now, you listen to everything, and if you have to move guys, you have to move guys. Do not be fucking hesitant to some of these fringe pieces to what your team is. Matthews, Nylander, those are conversations you have in the summer. Morgan Rielly, sure, trade him now, but I don't think it's likely that that type of deal gets done anyway, so I don't even think it's possible to do right now. But I think that at this deadline, you have to make the moves. You just have to make the moves.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not saying like don't make any moves, but yeah, I gotta wait for something to come to you. Like, I mean, McMahon is like, if you're gonna sell people now, like McMahon's on that list, like Robertson's probably on the list. Like, you could probably move off of OEL. Like, I mean, he's gonna start aging out here shortly. Like, and I don't think he fits in Toronto if they're not going to be able to be a contender. Like, I think he'd be a better fit on a team that's actually able to make a push, and you could get value back for him. And McMahon, if he goes to Edmonton, like I wouldn't be surprised if they offered something like decent, like in terms of like a pick or a prospect.
You have to try.
You got to try, right? You got to move off these guys while you can, and like before, because like if you wait till the off season and they're like, there's already been talks about them re-signing him. Like, what are they going to re-sign him to? Like, I mean, I don't want to see this guy getting paid. Like, in Toronto, at least, I don't want him getting overpaid like $5 million a year, $6 million a year, something ridiculous. Like, he can go somewhere else and find that on the open market if he wants that kind of money. Like, and I don't think he's going to be a guy that's super effective when he turns like 32, 33. Like, he's 29 now, he's turning 30. Like, he's having a hell of a season. But I mean, that just means like, okay, somebody's going to want this guy in the playoffs. Like, he's going to be like another kind of like addition, like a Hyman was in Edmonton. Like, that's the type of guy they need, right? They need the speed. Yeah. Like, it's gonna look terrible for us again, giving up a guy, but at least you can get something better than what we got for Hyman. And I really don't. I do worry that Treliving is going to make some bizarre decisions and maybe try to continue pushing for the playoffs this year. That's kind of what I worry about. But I hope that he's starting to think like, oh, it's time to potentially sell some guys. Like, I don't want to see Lawton leave Toronto. Like, that's the one guy that I wish they would figure out a way to keep him there, or maybe trade him and re-sign him in the offseason or something. But I think he's a valuable guy that you can get. Like, if you're looking for assets, looking to restock the cupboards, make up for that Carlo trade a little bit, because like that one hurts. But you have to start making moves.
Yeah. Look, and the thing, too, to remind people is, like, I know a lot of people look at the team as a whole and say, look at this team, it sucks, why would anybody want pieces here? you have to that is a very narrow viewpoint of the team and what takes place in the NHL. Like, who do you pick up players from every single year? Like, when we talk about trades at the deadline, we are always talking about and looking at players that are on losing teams. And because the only teams that are selling are teams that are not going to make the playoffs, and they have good players. They're just players that might not be working there, or the team doesn't work, so they have to move off of guys, i.e. Seth Jones in Chicago. Florida goes and makes that trade. Kiefer Sherwood in Vancouver. San Jose goes and makes that trade. Like, there are good players out there. There are players on this Leafs team that other teams are going to want. There are other teams that are willing to pay prices to get players that you have to add these pieces to their team to accelerate whatever it is that they think they have and push them to the new level. You have to take those calls because there are guys on this team that can and will get you a return. You need to start looking at bringing back picks and prospects because you have none right now. It's something we've all known with these guys is that they can't add pieces because they don't have them. Well, now's your chance. Now's your chance to start to look for replacements for some of these guys that can come up in the future. And now's your chance to start to look and see what you've got with kids that are in the Marlies because unfortunately, the way that this team is going, it's just not going to work. You need to now go and find the next wave of guys who can come up here and help. And maybe that's just like insulating or surrounding, I should say is a better way, the top end talent. If you want to keep Matthews, you want to keep Nylander with some of these younger kids. Give Easton Cowan a larger runway here where it's not life or death every single night to make the playoffs to learn how to be an NHL player. Bring up young guys. Bring up Quillen. Let him play more. Bring up Villeneuve. Bring up Thrun. Let these guys play. Move pieces out. Get some picks and prospects back. Maybe you even find guys on other teams who are lower level guys, but guys that could potentially be a part of a future or be guys that you could build with going forward. But that's ultimately, I think, the approach you have to have. Anything else here for me tonight, Zach?
Just like John Tavares, like you said, everybody's been saying it for a while. Like he needs this Olympic break, but man, like the decision making and putting this guy out there, like shift after shift when they're like down 2 goals or whatever, and you're trying to like pull the goalie and score a goal, and he's out there just skating around. He's got cement in his freaking skates. Like, I don't know, man. Like, what are we doing here? Put out some guys with some speed and try to give them some chances. Bring up these young guys now. Like, let them have a shot in the NHL and kind of get to develop a little bit more, like against the pros. And I just don't understand why we're continuing to put out the same guys and we're getting the same results. And it's like the coaching, like again, the coaching decisions are just absolutely. They're making my head spin.
Yeah, I mean, the Tavares stuff, I don't really blame him for playing them. Like, you're kind of in a life or death situation where he's got his job and the season on the line, and he is one of your better, more reliable players, despite the foot speed just not being there, and you can tell he's tired. But it's the other guys in the lineup that don't make sense to me. Like, why is Max Domi continuing to play with Auston Matthews when he's struggling the way that he is? I mean, the offense, he's putting up some points, but look at the goals for, goals against when him and Matthews play together. Look at the goals for, goals against for Auston Matthews when he's away from Max Domi. Like, he's constantly being dragged down by playing with Max Domi. Like, why is he still there? Why didn't Scott Laughton get more time? Why did Michelli not get to play for so long? Why don't you bring up Quillen and play him over Yarncroke? Like, why do those things happen? I can 100% agree with the Tavares thing, a little bit of a pushback on you on that one, but I do understand the sentiment that you're bringing. All right, Zach, thank you for the call here tonight. Appreciate it. Hopefully you can find a way to enjoy the rest of your night despite this shitty Leafs loss.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one.
It's going to be a rough one. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Great name.
Yeah, thanks, man. Great name.
There you go, Zach G. More callers to come here on the post game. I did say that we did have 200, just shy of 250. I think we've now hit 250 likes here on the post game. 900 plus people watching right now. Make sure to vote on that poll that's in the chat. Over 1,000 votes as of right now. The players still leading the way, 46% for tonight's post game show in terms of what people thought is the most, or who people think is the most to blame for the failures of the Toronto Maple Leafs as of right now. Here's the smelling salts for hitting 100 likes. I still owe you guys a bunch more, but here's the smelling salts. Thank you, and we'll get to more calls. Oh, all right. There's their smelling salts. Quickly, I don't want to let these super chats go by, so I'm going to keep reading these. A reminder as well, proceeds from our super chat do go to Sick Kids Charity, Canada's #1 research-intensive children's hospital, #3 in North America. We have over $100 in super chats donated here tonight. Let's go to the next one. Tom Robbins, I think it's time to sell pieces. Lawton will get a good return and re-sign him in the offseason. OEL and Carlo will fetch a return, stock the cupboards, and retool. Matthews will not want to rebuild for his last couple of years. Yeah, I mean, there's pieces that I think look like, okay, optimistic look on Lawton re-signing in the summer. That's one of those things I really, really would love to have happen, because I think no matter what you have going forward, whether it's kids or if you think you're going to be competitive next year, whatever, I think he's a good guy to have around the room. I think he's a good guy to have around kids and young guys that are coming into the team. I just think he brings that level of intangible, and if you get him back in the summer, that's great. Optimistic outlook, though, to say, yeah, you've gotta trade him now because he will resign in the summer. I don't know about that, but I do kind of like the idea of trying it if he's willing to. But in terms of like pieces you could get back, like, yes, Scott Lawton will bring you pieces back. Brandon Carlo will bring pieces back. OEL will bring pieces back. Bobby McMahon, Matthias Michelli, I don't know, maybe one of your goaltenders, if that's the case, as long as it's not Dennis Hildeby, because I think he's the guy you want to have here for the future. And then even looking like, does Nick Wall want to go? Does Nick Robertson want to go? Can you get something for those guys? That's when you start exploring your options and seeing who will bring back what. I just don't think Nylander, Matthews, or Nylander or Matthews, I should say, will be pieces you move in the summer, if that's even the conversation you want to have. And then I think that if you do want to have that, that's summer, that's draft, that's all that kind of stuff. You look at where they would want to go, you start talking to teams and figure that out, but it's a big conversation. I don't think it's the right one for right now. You just start to look at moving other pieces around because you want to try to get assets back to get yourself into a better position where you have A, cap space, and B, some cleaned house. Like, get some of these guys out of here that were a part of this shit season, because I don't think it makes sense for you to just, hey, we'll get it back next year. We'll be in the right spot. No, I don't think so. Robert Bett, I was excited about this year because of the Keith Pelly hope he can turn this crap around. He just needs to surround himself with the right people. He's a good businessman. I don't even know, Robert, honestly. I appreciate the super chat. It's a $10 one, but I just don't even know like what to say about that. Like, okay, that's great. He's a good businessman, but what does he know about running a hockey team or being the president of a hockey team? I will say that it looks like, the Argos and the fucking Raptors are in a good place, but he doesn't have anything to do with the Blue Jays. That's different ownership. Look at where this team is at right now. It's not a great spot, and he's the one who's been spearheading this season, and he's the one who gave the reins to Treliving and cut ties in with people and cleaned up how direct the lines of communication were, and now this is where you are. I'm not blaming this on him, but I think it's optimistic to say, hey, that's the solution. He'll be able to figure this out. I don't know, and it's nerve-wracking. Zach Green, who just called in, you can't constantly get outworked and outshot every night. Leafs are lucky to have good offensive output during the season, coupled with good goaltending. Rebuild from the net, outstock the picks. He also says Prague versus Rosie. That will never happen. Langles here just sent a super chat. Langles, if I missed your comment, I apologize, but there was no comment attached to the super chat. Tom Robbins, retool this year. The free agents are not great this year, but let's hope for a reset like Boston did. Yeah, maybe this is where you get creative in the summer. Maybe you have to take a swing like Rosie said and move on from a big piece and try to get back a Zach Werenski or something who maybe he's looking for a different a different feel or just a fresh start than what he has in Columbus right now, and it's time to get reset and try to get your big guy and your big piece. Like, I'm not saying Zach Werenski is the answer or that makes sense or that would fit. I'm just saying, like, you need a big piece. You need a big defenseman. You need a guy who's going to be the horse. Detroit has Mo Seider. Colorado has Cale Makar. Dallas has Miro Heiskanen. Tampa has Victor Hedman. Like, name your team. They've got the guy, and Toronto just never has. TMB Sports, just with a super chat there. Unfortunately, didn't say anything. Maybe he replied. My comment didn't post. Next 3 games are against bad teams. They're probably going to win them, and the management is going to think the team is fine. That's a concern for me as well, TMB. Nick Sharonfant, I don't want to make a revisionist history, but whether it's Babcock, Keefe, or Berube, this team would never make in-game adjustments, especially Keefe being allergic to timeouts. It's true, Nick. It is 100% true. With that, let's go to our next caller on the line. Let's welcome to the program B. Khalid. B. Khalid, do I got you there?
Yes, you do.
What's up, B. Khalid?
What's going on? It's a long time since I called on. Obviously, here in Edmonton, coming off of the lab, driving to the gym now, using this loss as motivation. I didn't watch the game, but I know they got fucking their ass kicked. Obviously, I seen A-Mats showing up, but before I get started, I watched the pregame show there with Prague, and that was a hell of a show. I want to apologize on behalf of all the fans for making you come on with him every night, because he was a true asshole there. And yeah, man, I don't know. It was entertaining for sure, but he definitely struts around his work like he's fucking Elliot Friedman. Instead of 32 thoughts, he's got like 0 thoughts. I don't think the guy thinks before he speaks, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the Leafs, I'm not excited for these fuckers to roll around in Edmonton next week, a week from now. So,
Yep.
And I want to change it up. Everyone's going to come on here and complain, but I want to change it up and do a little something different. I want to ask you a couple of questions. So, first question I want to ask you is, since it's over, what was your favorite Maple Leafs goal ever since in the Matthews era, outside of the Johnny T series winner?
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding you. I'm dead ass.
My favorite goal, if you're in the chat, send your favorite goal of the era. My favorite goal.
Hey, I'm not saying this is Matthews' fault, by the way. I'm not saying trade him either, bro. Yeah.
No, I know. My favorite goal, maybe let's say the one I never forget, is stuck in my head, is the AM34 goal against Dallas, just because it was like this guy was peak beast. Nobody could ever stop him. He picks that thing up in the neutral zone, hits a little shimmy shake, drives outside, drops the shoulder, cuts to the middle, burns the guy, tucks past him. The 4th goal he scored in the the first game of his career. The JT one is obviously up there, but you said aside from that one, I think those are mine. You know what one is also up there? The Washington series puck off the end boards. Matthews comes in and tucks. That's
Sleeper.
up there as well.
And the best defenseman in the league to pass it to him too.
Who passed it to him?
Morgan Riley.
Oh fuck. Okay. All right, next question.
All right. I was going to go Maple Leafs. I don't know if anyone cares, but Matthews game 5 against Boston 0-0. Jake Muzzin fake slap shot pass. It was a 0-0 game through the whole game, and then he scores fucking sealer in Boston. So, yeah, I love that goal. Next question. Who is your favorite Leaf who's your favorite ex-Leaf in the league right now?
You're an asshole. I don't know. Favorite ex-Leaf? Nazem Kadri.
There you go. Same pick.
All right.
Third, who is your second favorite team? No, I'm joking. Who is going to be who are you going to be hate watching this spring and summer?
The Montreal Canadiens.
the Montreal Canadiens. Okay, lastly, and what's Zach's favorite underwear? No, I'm joking. Who?
Go. What?
What is your first call of action?
First call of action is send a text. People are gonna think I'm joking on this. I'm not. The first call of action is send a text to the GM's group chat and say I'm open for business. I don't know if people know or are familiar with this, and I know people make a joke about it, but it is real. The GMs have a group chat. They all have a group chat. When players become available, if they're trying to move guys, that's how everybody finds out these things happen. You go into the group chat, you say I'm open for business. The text comes tonight. Let's have conversations. I think you pretty much say everybody is open for business except Matthews and Nylander. I think you have to make that distinction, because if you say they're open for business and you're willing to trade them publicly, one of those GMs will go and tell somebody, and then when that person says something publicly that they are willing to trade Matthews or Nylander right now, it becomes more of a shitstorm than what you need. That's just a PR move that I would be trying to get ahead of, but you just say, there's no, like, everybody outside of Matthew Knies, Auston Matthews, and William Nylander are on the block. Call, tell me what you want, and what you're willing to give up for it, and let's have conversations. And you start from there, because you need to figure out what guys are worth, who wants what. I know Edmonton's been thrown around on Bobby McMahon a lot. I'm not saying this is like a direct connection, but I think he kind of fits the mold of the type of players that they have in Dallas as well. I think they would be looking for guys like that, so I could see that kind of move taking place. I know some of these teams that are out there looking at Evander Kane, maybe we're thinking that that's the best option that's available. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a Bobby McMahon comes up and that's where they start to look. There's going to be teams that are going to be looking for mid-level defensemen or guys who can help on the power play. That's where Ekman Larsson comes into play. Everybody is always looking for right-shot defensemen. It hasn't worked out the best for Brandon Carlo here, but I think that he's kind of a guy, which is unfortunate to say, and people are going to think I'm an asshole, but he's the guy who could go somewhere else and into a better system or a different system or play with a better partner than Morgan Rielly and have more success. So I think that these pieces become available and you can start to get something back. So that's my first move of action, is tell people I'm open for business. Just everybody other than Knies, Matthews, and Nylander are available for trade right now. And that's where you go from there. Easton Cowan, obviously, as well, but I think that would just be assumed.
Yeah. I mentioned I had a super chat a couple days ago, I think a couple of weeks ago. I did think that Cowan was, like falling off a cliff there. Like there was that one moment in overtime, I think it was in Vegas, where I thought he passed it behind him. Morgan Rielly misses the fucking net and they go the other way and score. Matthews should have backchecked maybe. But I know everyone was like ripping on Rielly on the play, but I thought Cowan just should have shot it. And then he had the bad penalty in that game as well. I'm not saying he's fucking the worst thing ever, but I think he's got to be considered on the table as well, maybe. And then the first time I ever came on the show when I was at the fucking anti-Prague, I mentioned Stolarz being traded when he was injured, when he's not injured, but to Edmonton here when they were desperate for a goalie before they got Yari, right? So maybe reconsider that. Yeah. And then Bobby McMahon, I know they do love him out here in Edmonton, so
yeah. I mean, look, the McMahon thing is unfortunate too, because to be honest with you, I love him. I think that he's a guy that you would love to be a part of the team. Like he's a perfect fit for what we've always wanted in the bottom six. Just you don't have that luxury anymore. Like you don't have that. So that's where you're at. Anything else here tonight, B-Khalid?
No, that's it for me. Hopefully when I come on here in a week, we're fucking ripping on the Oilers, but it'll be the same shit in the end, so it's okay, boys. Go Leafs, go.
Yeah, let's lose every game, and then when you play the Oilers, beat the Oilers for you, and then we'll come back here and we'll keep
Let's fucking do it. All right, boys.
Thanks, B-Khalid. Appreciate it. There you go. B-Khalid on the line. Great call from B-Khalid. Call line is still open if you want to give your thoughts on tonight's game or the season as a whole or anything. Click on that link that is pinned at the top of the chat. I want to hear from Leafs fans and Leafs Nation about their thoughts on the Maple Leafs. Let's go to the next caller. Anonymous Canes fan. Anonymous Canes fan, what's up?
Hey, Zach, can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
My mic's... Okay, cool. My mic's not great, so bear with me.
No, you're good. I got you clear.
Okay, great. I am Canes fan. We do have media down here, but unfortunately it's sparse, so we have to smuggle it in from up north. I have a question. I have a question for you too. This offseason, whether or not the Leafs make the playoffs, what is your first move if you're given the GM hat for the day?
So obviously, aside from the stuff that I kind of just mentioned for what you do in the deadline and what my next step would be like tomorrow and leading up to the Olympics and that, getting to the summer, the first thing that I have to do is find a way to get off of Morgan Riley. Matthews, Nylander, those are different types of conversations. Like, that's big picture stuff about what is your team. Are you rebuilding? Are you retooling? Are you turning this thing around next year? Like, those are those conversations that are had, which is different, which is why it's not my first step. My first step is getting rid of Morgan Riley. You need to find a trade for him. You need to find a destination. You need to find somewhere he's willing to move, because we talk about the staleness all the time, and I think Matthews and Nylander are part of it. They've been here for 9 years, but he's the guy who's been here since the 2013 collapse. He's the guy who's now fallen out of favor with the fan base more than ever. He's a guy who I watch in this game tonight who's just struggling to find his way, struggling to find confidence, struggling to find his feet in the defensive zone, and even the offensive side of the game is not there. He's carrying a big ticket. He's your highest paid defenseman, and he doesn't play like your highest paid defenseman. I think it's just time all the way through the team to have a fresh start, but on that one particular player more than anybody, I think it's time to get that guy into a new home and for you to have a new outlook on what your defensive group looks like, because he's also a guy who just causes problems for matchups for you in your own defensive group. I've talked about it numerous times. Canes fan, I'll call you, but you can't put certain guys with them, and you can't load up defensive pairings, because then you're just stuck with Morgan Riley sitting there and it causes a problem. And I think you want to get rid of that, and you want to open up that $7.5 million. So that's the first thing I do. And it's something that I think they tried to do before, specifically last summer, and weren't able to do successfully. So it's time now.
What do you think makes them so unwilling to move on from guys like this? Because I look around the league, and honestly, I look exclusively at the Canes, and I look at moves like getting rid of Hannafin and Lindholm, who were high draft picks. We get rid of them, bring in Furland, who was out pretty quick, but then Hamilton, Adam Fox turns into draft picks, but then even Jeff Skinner, Justin Falk, Warren Fogle, Brock McGinn. We move on from guys who are pretty beloved by the fan base, and it may not even be a popular move in the moment, but it turns into Jeff Skinner turned into Alexander Nikishin and Pyotr Kochetkov. And I know that's savvy management. And so you do put a lot of trust in management, but why is Toronto so unwilling to move on from these guys? Because to me, frankly, it just seems to be an identity problem. Mm-hmm. And the Canes were a man without a country until Justin Williams and Brind'Amour came in. Justin Falk and Jordan Staal were co-captains in 2017-18 with Justin Williams sitting on the bench. And then Brind'Amour comes in. Williams is the guy. Wasn't huge offensive contributor, but he brought identity to the room. And even after he's left, it's the crest. It's not about the players. And at the end of the day, as a fan, you want to see that jersey lift the cup. You don't care about which player does it necessarily. So I just don't know what makes Toronto so unwilling to move on from guys.
Well, and I know that specifically what you're talking about with the Canes dates back to before the guy that's there right now, and Eric Tulsky. But I think that that's a prime example of a guy to look at where you called it savvy management, which it is, and it's great asset management. It's savvy management, but it's also a willingness to take risk. And I think that that's part of, you say the unwillingness to do these things or make these trades or whatever. I think part of it, I don't know for sure, like I'm not in MLSE, I don't have the same connections to know some of the stuff, some of the ins and outs, but genuinely from my perspective, it looks like MLSE would rather play things safe. And you saw that play out with the whole Marner, Matthews, Nylander thing when those guys were coming up. There was a point, and I don't know how specifically closely you were watching some of it, but where we looked at it and we looked at Mitch Marner, William Nylander, those two guys more than even Auston Matthews. I don't think anybody wanted to trade him, but after the playoff losses to Columbus and Montreal, and said it's time to make a change here. And it wasn't like I think a lot of Leafs Nation got a bad rap for saying it's time to make a change and saying, hey, they're trying to run these guys out of town. I don't think that was the case at all. I think Leafs Nation looked at it and was like, we're just front loaded on these offensive guys up front. They all kind of do the same thing. We're missing other areas of the team, and we have these guys under our control. We can make a swing. We can make a trade. We could do something. And it's not apples to apples, but look at Eric Tulsky. He took a risk on trading for Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen didn't work out there.
Don't say that,
well, but the point is, he took a risk. He took a risk. He made a big trade.
Right.
He took a swing on the guy. You lost Martin Necas, who, like, you know, he said he can't spell Canes without Necas, like all of that. Like, he was a big part of that culture, the team, the fan base, everything. And they moved on from him to bring in a better player, which I do think that he is a better player, or a guy who can bring you something differently is maybe a better way to put it. It didn't work, and so what was Telsky's next step? Okay, now where? And then he went and pivoted and brought in other players. He brought in Stankoven. He brought in draft picks. He made moves to change things up. MLSE just, it seems like they're scared to do so. They're scared to trade the guy and make the wrong move, or they're scared to trade the guy and he goes and has success elsewhere, or you trade a guy and your team doesn't win, so that was the wrong move. Like, no. You can take risks. You can move on from pieces, even if they are loved by the fan base, because if it makes your team better, the fans will forgive you. Point in case, DeMar DeRozan. Like, that was looked at as a crazy trade to get Kawhi Leonard. The Raptors win, and nobody even cares. Like, DeMar DeRozan, love him still. Nothing changed from Raptors fans' point of view, but you want a fucking title. That was the whole point. Everything you do every single year is to win the championship. And if you're not doing that, your organizational approach is wrong. And I think MLSE tries to play things safe and tries to keep the fans happy in a way of like, well, we have so many Marner fans. We don't want to piss them off. We have so many Nylander fans. We don't want to piss them off. Rather than looking at it like, what's the trade we can make to make this team better? And I think that organizationally and specifically looking to MLSE and their approach to things, there is that scaredness of the unknown of what happens if we trade these guys and it doesn't work out. And so they would rather have the guys that they have and have it not work with them and say they tried than go elsewhere and try to look outside. And I think part of it, to make a long answer of this, I apologize, is just it filtered into the room where it was like, we're not going to trade these guys. We're going to do everything we can to sign them. They were just always comfortable, always safe, always got what they wanted. And you could see that. You could see it in the locker room. You can see it in the culture. You can see it in everything these guys do day to day. And I don't think you want players feeling uncomfortable, but like the Vegas Golden Knights, people are pretty happy to go there. And I think the main reason above all else, even, weather, tax, all that kind of stuff, they want to win, and they try to win every single year, and they do everything they can to make their team better and to try to win. And that's just not the approach the Toronto Maple Leafs have.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And maybe it is easier not to put any blame on media. But in Carolina, you don't have the sort of eyes on moves like that. Like when Tulsky immediately, as soon as he knew Rantanen wanted out or wouldn't re-sign, he's like, all right, we're not gonna keep him. He's gone. Bring in Stankoven, and Stankoven has fit so well. Speaking of, can you imagine if Dallas's Mikko's first game back in Carolina, we put out Rantanen Dallas Stars jerseys for sale. We would have to build a new arena. that was crazy. But no, I get your point.
Well, actually, can I ask you a question? Sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
you. Can I ask you a question? I'm
Yeah.
not as familiar with. I'm familiar with the team. I don't know, like if people know. I do cover outside of just the Leafs. I do NHL coverage with Jeff Merrick on the sheets. I know what's happening with everybody, but you could answer this better. Like, are real Canes fans still able to get in the building, or are they priced out? Because this is going to lead to me answering something else here. So, like, are prices reasonable to go to Canes games?
So I actually used to work for them, so I would just stand at the glass, which was awesome. Okay. I will say before we started making the playoffs consistently, if you had a college ID, you were getting into games for $10. It was crazy. But then obviously once we started winning and Tom Dundon came in, took over, atmosphere changed. With that came a fun experience. So you're going for an experience and not an 8-1 loss to Winnipeg on a Wednesday night. Like it became fun again. Right now it's pretty reasonable. Our local beer went up like double, which sucks, and people were mad about that. But I would say probably 50 or 60 US for a seat. And it's worth it because it's more likely than not going to be a win
right.
at home. You kind of expect that when you go. So yeah, it's pretty reasonable, but the playoffs are where a lot of people come out of the woodwork to go to those. I think they save up their money all year to buy the playoff tickets, and that's where you start seeing the $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 sort of prices per ticket. So, but it's worth it down here. It's awesome.
Yeah. So like, I mean, first of all, I'm glad to hear that for Canes fans, because it's pretty awesome that they have people going to the games and having that type of experience. That is amazing. But I mean, kind of what I was going towards there, and you did help answer it, is like pointing out the building would burn down. That's not going to happen here in Toronto because the Leafs fans that are real Leafs fans aren't able to get into the building. Like that Marner game that happened.
Right.
The tickets to sit in the 300s or sit with your back against the wall, it's like $500 a ticket. And then by the time you get down to the lower bowl, like you're looking at either uber rich people who are just going to sit there on their hands, or corporate, or whatever it may be. And I'm not trying to shit on those people, but it's just the guy who comes here to the post-game show and lives and dies with this team and is yelling and screaming at me in the chat, or calling to the show and losing their shit, or just absolutely freaking out on their couch with their families. They're not in every game. They're not in the arena. So like that flies. And I think that's part of the problem, is like the atmosphere of all of it from top down. It's just, it's not enough to create that environment that you guys get in Carolina, or that they get in Philadelphia, or that they get in Florida or Tampa when things are good. Like they just don't get that same, Edmonton even, or it's probably a little bit more expensive to go to a game in Edmonton than maybe it is in Carolina, just based on the fact that Canada, etc., whatever. But like the fans there are nuts, and it's because real Oilers fans are in those seats and down there in the lower bowls and around in the arena every single night. You get that energy and that atmosphere and that vitriol. Like, I think that's part of what's lacking here in Toronto, to be completely honest with you.
Right. And I do wonder if you could take the environment from Maple Leaf Square for a playoff game and put that into the arena. If you see the playoff record over the year, if it doesn't change, I'd be shocked if you took that environment into the arena, if it doesn't result in more energy, more confidence. Like it's so important. And I'll tell you this, I grew up in an era of Canes hockey that was so unwatchable. It was Yuri Tolusti on the top line And
Okay.
it was so bad. The lower bowl was empty because nobody wanted to buy tickets there. And if we had a national game, the building owner would come in and say, everyone in the 300 section, you're moving down lower bowl on me, because they wanted optically everything to look better on on TV. So it was brutal. It was, yeah, it's a struggle to go through something like that, and you never want to rebuild, but Canes did it pretty successfully. I think it starts from the top down. Dundon, Tulski, I know Waddell was part of that, Brindamore, Williams.
Yep.
It was a total shift in identity, culture, whatever you want to call it, and I think that's what the Leafs need. But I'm gonna run. I just want to say I appreciate you, what you do. Watch
Thank
all
you.
your content, Alberga, Rosie, all them, even Dangle. But yeah, wanted to say thank you. Thank you for having me on. I'll let some
Thank you.
other uh, more frustrated folks hop on the call now.
No, I appreciate the call. I appreciate you calling in. I thank you for the support as well. Thank you for watching all the way through. I mean, can I just ask real quick before you go, how did you come across this and decide to keep watching, given the fact that you are a Canes fan?
I kind of grew up in the hockey world, so that was not normal, growing up in North Carolina, but pretty close to some people in the hockey world down here. And so it was just really anything online that I could consume, I was. So I feel like I found out about Steve Dangle years and years and years and years ago. And that kind of introduced me into your the larger 3-letter media companies, and
Got it.
yeah, it just kind of got me hooked because we just don't have that kind of thing down here. I was like, well, this is cool. This is all about hockey, and I like hockey, so I want to watch this, and just started following all those different socials. And if you follow enough of them, you start getting recommended Leafs Nation and and all those different channels. So yeah, just kind of through exposure to you guys' media and whatnot. So
Got it. Cool. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You're welcome. You're welcome to call in anytime. Normally, whenever we have people from other teams who either or fans of other teams, I should say, join in the chat or call in, people can get a little hostile in the chat. There are the rare people that everyone just kind of lets be and actually appreciates, and you are one of them. And there was a lot of compliments, by the way, for your mic quality, which you said was not very good. So there was a lot of praise towards the mic quality. So you are welcome back anytime. I appreciate
Zach,
the input. And yeah.
I was in the middle of walking my dog when I heard that I was hopping on. So I was like, this is a shit show. So I'm glad it all sounded good, worked out. Maybe I'll talk again soon, but
We'd love to have you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Canes fan. Appreciate it. There you go. Anonymous Canes fan, excuse me. That's pretty cool. I mean, like, that's what we're here for. We're here for Leafs fans, but we're here for anybody who wants to call in and talk hockey and talk Leafs. I don't give a shit what your opinion is. Like the team, love the team, hate the players, don't give a fuck. Call in and give us your thoughts here on the postgame show. We're going to get to more callers here in one moment as I see people piling up, but as the show goes on, just want to continue to get through some of the segments we have here. So Uber Eats is a presentation of Crave the Stats, is a presentation of Uber Eats. Uber Eats is enabling fans to maximize their hockey experience all season long with exclusive game day deals on the app, from game day eats to paper plates and napkins. If you're hosting, to all the ingredients you need to make your favorite game day dip. Every time the Leafs are playing at home, you can get these exclusive deals in Toronto only on Uber Eats. Firehouse Subs, the BOGO Brisket Hat-Trick, Kibo Sushi, the BOGO California Roll, Shelby Shawarma, the BOGO Traditional Wrap. BOGO, of course, is buy one, get one. Before, during, and after the game, Uber Eats is assisting every fan's hockey experience all season long. Make sure to head on over to Uber Eats. Link is in the bio there, so make sure to check that one out, or the description, I guess I should say. I just want to run through box score quickly here. I'm not going to spend too much time on this one tonight, but just give people an idea of how this one went down. I know a lot of people are shitting on Auston Matthews, and I think that it's fair to have a big picture conversation, but to be honest with you, I don't think Auston Matthews was the problem in this one tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He finishes with 3 shots on goal. Sure, could have been more, but he has a goal, 2 assists. He's even. He was on for a lot. 19 minutes and 36 seconds of ice time for him. Other contributors here tonight, Bobby McMahon, a goal and an assist, -1. He has 4 shots on goal. Max Domi, a goal and 2 assists. He has a +1. He has 3 shots on goal. Looking to your defensive side, you played Simon Benoit for 1640. He played the least of all defensemen. Brandon Carlo, 1715. Jake McCabe plays the most of 2154. Morgan Riley, 2052. And then goaltending-wise, 800 save percentage from Joseph Woll. He let in 6 goals on 30 shots against. And to be completely honest with you, just not good enough from Joseph Woll. This is not on him. The team in front of him was not very good, but not very good game. Not a very good performance from Joseph Woll in a game that you needed him really badly. You really, 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 really needed Joseph Woll to elevate his play here tonight. And just one last thing before we get to our next caller. Sick Kids, you send in your Super Chats. Proceeds from our Super Chats do go to Sick Kids charity. We got a huge, huge, huge Super Chat that came in while we were taking some calls there. Tom Robbins sends in a $200 super chat. Tom, thank you for the super chat. He says, thank you for supporting Sick Kids. Tom, thank you for supporting Sick Kids. $200 is a massive donation, and it goes a long, long way. So thank you for the super chat. Tom, thank you for being such a constant participant in the postgame, and thank you for sending in those super chats, because things will be good, things will be bad, and yet Tom is here sending in super chats, and proceeds from our super chats do go to Sick Kids charity. Langles says, worst is that the first rounder to Boston is going to turn into a stud defense that fucks us up in the playoffs for the next 10 years. #FireTree. P.S. Did you feel the quake? No, I did not feel the quake. I saw a lot of people in the chat bringing that up. I don't know. I'm in a condo building downtown Toronto. I don't know if anybody else downtown Toronto felt it. I didn't feel it, but I did see a lot of people talking about it. Didn't hit me here, at least. But hey, thanks to the super chat. And then we got the smelling salts. 288 likes here. Every set of 50 likes that we get, we do the smelling salts. Still 800 people watching right now. So let's get a wave of those likes. Let's hit this thing to 350 here within the next 10 minutes. There's easily 50 plus people who can just sit there and click the like button while watching the stream. Let's get it up to 350, but this is for 150. I owe you guys a lot of salts, and I'm going to get to all of them. Here are the smelling salts. There's the smelling salts. Thank you for liking, subscribing, watching the stream. Leaf Station 401 right here on YouTube, breaking things down every single game all season long right here on this channel. Whether it's me on the post-game show doing immediate reactions, having special guests like Jay Rosehill and you guys in the chat call in, reading your super chats, reading your chats, putting in polls for you guys to answer. All of that and more happening here on the post-game show. As well, Rosie, Alberga, special guests Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time, talking everything that happens with the Leafs from the night before, the night coming up, all of it happening here on this channel. So don't go anywhere. And we're expecting trades from this Leafs team this year. We're expecting them to move off of guys. We're expecting them to make changes. So when everything happens, immediately you will get instant reactions from us for everything happening with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's get to our next caller here on the line. Let's go to Maxentius Decimus. Max, dark times, brother. Dark, dark times. Not the conversations I thought we would be having this season, at least. How about yourself?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good right now, to be honest. I've given up a little bit longer ago, so I'm
Okay.
really not too hurt right now.
Yep.
And I don't mean that to crap on the team or whatever. I just kind of, I see the way that they're playing and stuff, and I saw the writing on the walls, and it just is what it is. And I want to talk about. Uh, I sent in a super chat like 2 games ago against Vegas, where I said that there's like 13.25 million reasons why Cowan isn't the reason why I lost. And it was poorly worded. And what I want to say is that, like, sure, Cowan cost us that game,
Yeah,
but there are
Detroit.
so many other players that, like, I would blame before him and that get paid more money than him. And I'm talking about Matthews and Nylander and Riley and Domi and Michelli and I just think about this team, and this team, I don't expect anything from them because you have in your top six both Domi and Michelli. It's not just one of them. You got both of them. So I really don't have high hopes for them with that lineup. And I kind of blame Tree for that.
Yeah, the Domi one I don't love. I think that he's a guy that can fit in your bottom six. He's a guy who, if he had less money, would have been a nice piece to have in your bottom six wing consistently. Like, I don't have a problem with that. But the problem becomes when he's put in your top six and he's relied upon to be a top six winger. That's when it's a problem for me. And relying on that night in, night out, that's a mistake. Matias Michelli, I think he's found something here. I don't mind the player, but I guess if we're talking about love the player or being a piece that you can have on a winning team, maybe he's not the guy. I do think Matias Michelli is a good player, and I think that it was worth the risk because we're talking about buy low on guys. But, like, yeah, these pieces just haven't panned out the way you hoped they would. Like, I think some of us thought Matias Michelli would be Matthews' first-line winger, and he would be the guy who's dishing the puck to him, and it just never panned out that way. Berube didn't like the player. Berube is a hire of Brad Treliving, so maybe that's a failure you could look at. I think I look at more so, like, the inability to move on from Morgan Rielly or get somebody better than him. That's something you've always needed. They tried to do patchwork, which I don't blame them for, around him, because Kyle Dubas left us with the anchor of a contract that Morgan Rielly brings in the no move clause. But you see it here in a game like this, Max. You're right, where it's like the moves that were made and the pieces that were brought in just were not good enough. And I watched this game, and I know that a lot of people are blaming him, but, like, I thought Matthews had a really good game tonight. I thought he looked dangerous. The problem becomes that he's the only guy that you have to look at. He's playing with an anchor on his wing in Max Domi. Bobby McMann is at least carrying his weight, but Max Domi is a complete and utter anchor. I know he has a bunch of points tonight. Good for him, but he's not a guy you can really rely on or help Auston Matthews at all. And I'm not saying Auston Matthews needs other people. I think right now we can see he can drive his own line, but he's got a boat anchor beside him. And then what happens beyond that? There's no Nylander playing. John Tavares is slowing down. Knies is hurt. There's just no support beyond that, and everything gets super thin, and that's a problem, and that definitely does come back to Brad Treliving. Injuries don't help, but not insulating the forward group enough, maybe, or with scoring, I should say, because I think they're good players that provide you a lot of depth, but not enough scoring within this lineup elsewhere to be able to insulate any of that, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, and I was having conversations with a bunch of people in the chat that were very adamant that they wanted Cowan down in the AHL, and I totally understand that opinion. But the one thing I was saying to them is, like, who do you put in his place? And some people were saying Quillen, and in my mind,
with who? Sorry, in whose spot?
Cowan.
Oh, okay.
And in my mind, it really. Minton hurts. At least we got Carlo back. I think a first and Minton is really rough. But
yep,
the one that really hurts is letting Alex Steves go for nothing. Because I would like to see Alex Steves in Cowan's place right now. But we let him go for literally nothing.
Yeah, or not even Cowan's place. What about in Lorentz's place? What about in Yarncroke's place? What about not having to get Michelli and you can move guys up? What about if Easton Cowan fit in your top six? What about if Nick Robertson fit in your top six and Alex Steves was a bottom six player? What if you moved on from Kampf and Yarncroke and Pontus Holmberg was a bottom six player? Like, those are the pieces I 100% agree with, that those are the ones that you look at and you say, you lost those pieces for nothing, and they were good players. Like, there was no need to move on from them. You kept these anchors with you, and now you have a guy that Craig Berube fucking is in love with for some unknown reason, and Calle Yarncroke, and is just like pushing young talent like Jacob Quillen out. They were pushing out your Holmbergs and your Steves and not giving them the chances that they probably needed or deserved, and they're excelling elsewhere. Like, it is insane to me that those things happen. Like, I actually think that's a good evaluation by you. Like, it's too expensive, and it hurts that you moved off of Minton and the first. If your team was winning, nobody would talk about this. Like, if the Leafs were a top three team, and I know that that's like easy for me to say, but if they won last year and they made it to the third round, people are way more quiet on that. If they were winning right now and in a playoff spot, people are way more quiet about it. It's still expensive. I'm not trying to say it's not. I'm not trying to say it's a good trade, but to your point, you got Brandon Carlo with years left on his deal and salary retained. Like, you got the piece and that you paid for it. It doesn't look good. It's the pieces that you lost for nothing that are idiotic to me. How did you let those guys go? Is your scouting staff not good enough? Is your talent evaluation as a GM and a coach not good enough? I can't believe you just look at those pieces that you let go for nothing. Those ones do kind of sting worse.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa was just chomping at the bits to get at Holmberg. I mean, he's been doing great for them. Like, he's not going to score you 30 goals, but he's a solid bottom six forward. And, you know, we really could, like, when people talk about moving Cowan out, it's like we could have these players, but we let them go. And it just that kind of frustrates me a little bit.
Yeah. And I know the guy is like Cowan. People look at and they're like, he could pass him. I think it's other older players that just make no sense. They're the guys that I look at and I just can't understand. And that's what we look here right now. What are some of the biggest complaints about the team? And I think you've said it a few times, Max. Old and slow. They are. They are old and slow. And what happens there? You let young guys go. You let guys who had speed. You let guys who could grow go from this team. Why?
Yep. And last thing I'll say, and I'll let you go because you got a bunch of other callers. My hot take is I think they should trade one of the goalies to a team that's desperate for a goalie. And I would not trade Hildeby.
I wouldn't trade Hildeby either. 100%. Yeah, Max, I think that's a good point. Like, I don't think you have to go and start saying, like, we're trying to get rid of this guy. I don't think you need to do that. But I think that you listen. You tell people you want a goalie. The guy's there. We have pieces that are available. You want to make a trade? You need a goaltender? Call us. Let's see what the price is. Maybe you bring back picks. Like, maybe you bring back a prospect for it. Maybe you bring back a young guy who's in the AHL right now who could step in and be the next Steves, be the next maybe not Minton because he was a high-end prospect, but the next Holmbergs or whatever that can step up in here and help this team out. Maybe it's the next Mason Marchment. Who the fuck knows? But find them. Find them now and see what you have that can bring back any type of assets. Like, I'm not trying to put a value on these guys or say what the valuation would be in the marketplace. It's just like somebody out there is going to be desperate for a goalie. Somebody's desperate for a big right-handed defenseman. Somebody's desperate for a third-line center. Take the calls. Take the calls.
Yeah.
Because if you can find ways to find those kids, you're in a better spot, even for next year. Even if that's not the goal, but it could help you for next year as well.
Yeah, we got to start recouping. You know, we got to start trying to figure out the next 5-10 years because, I mean, Willie flipped us off and Matthews seemed lifeless, and it is what it is, right? Like we have a lot of good players here. We have a good base. We can do something, but we need a solid adult conversation about retooling properly. and we need to start recouping as soon as we possibly can. Bobby McMahon gone, like do the moves that we can, take advantage of teams that are trying to win it right now, because obviously the Leafs are not going to win it this year.
Yep, very clearly. And if they still think they are, then holy shit, we've got other problems, Max. Anything else you've got for me here tonight?
No, that's all.
All right.
Thank you for the chat. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Max. Appreciate the call here tonight, brother. Enjoy the rest of your night. Oh, by the way, quick thing for you. I kind of am on the same page where it's like going into this game, I kind of felt that this was going to happen and knew where we were at. So like, I know a lot of people were probably expecting yelling and screaming. I just couldn't get there. And it's not because I'm like putting on an act or anything. It's just like, I kind of just knew that this was going to happen. Like,
I mean, Nick in the morning, Jay in the morning, both had their best bets on Buffalo money line.
I had Buffalo minus 1.5.
My prediction was 6-3 Buffalo. I was a little bit off, but I was pretty close. We all saw this coming, there's no pain here if you were actually paying attention to how the Leafs have been playing the last 4 games at home. 0-4-1, brutal, awful, and I'll leave you with that.
All right, Max, thank you. Appreciate the call.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. There you go, Max Entius Decimus. We did hit 300 likes. I think we can still get to 350. Make sure to hit that subscribe button here, Leafs Nation 401, right here on YouTube. You can also find us wherever you get your podcasts, the Leafs Nation After Dark. Leafs Morning Take for the boys if you want to listen to their podcast. Here are the smelling salts for hitting 200. This is 200. I still owe you 250, 300. If we get to 350, I'll get that one. But here's the smelling salts. Okay. All right. Next caller here on the post game. Let's welcome in Cajun. Cajun, do we got you there?
Hey, Zach.
What's up, Cajun? How are you?
I think
that sigh says it all.
To be honest with you, I don't think I've yelled at my screen as much as I did today, this whole season. And there's a reason for that. The reason is before the game, it comes out that Berube meets with the leadership group. They have a good meeting. And they come out and say this is a must-win game. First 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the game, I'm like, okay, the Leafs are on it. They're going in. They're hitting. Then they get scored on. Luckily, it's offside. Comes back. But now I'm looking at the stats, and we're talking about leadership group. I know we're beating this drum over and over, but Morgan Riley was horrendous.
Yeah.
He has no hits and no blocks as a defenseman.
Yeah.
Who plays the second most minutes. I mean,
he scored an own goal on Dahlin's first goal.
Yeah. If this doesn't tell Trey and Berube, how do you not sit the guy? How do you not sit the guy to send a message?
Yeah.
That it's about the team. It's not about the name on the back anymore. It's about the crest. Right? And I know people are hating on Matthews, but I thought Matthews had a great game today. I thought he was alone out there, but I thought he had a great game. And same with Domi. I think Domi was. I know he's got points, but he has one hit. With the last name Domi, you have one hit, and you're playing on the wing for Auston Matthews. I don't know. It's getting to the point where how much more do you need to see from these guys from a must-win game? If they're not going to show up in a must-win game, how are they going to show up in the playoffs?
No, dude, I know. It's the same story, too, for 9 years. Like, must win. Here's the situation to rise to. They don't. Sorry to interrupt, but, like, it was brought up, I think it was by JD in the last one. Go down the list of, like, the rise to the occasion games. Berube's first game against St. Louis, loss. First games against Sheldon Keefe, believe it was a loss. Marner, first game against Marner in Vegas, loss. First game here against Marner, loss. First game for Michelli against in Utah, loss. Like name the game that mattered to somebody or something, or to the standings or to the season, loss. Even like I'll never forget this game for the rest of my life because it was one of the bigger moments for me in my career was Rosie coming on after the Game 4 game against Boston in that series but 2 years ago. And they were down 2-1 in the series. You had a game at home, an opportunity to tie that thing up and kind of get yourself back into better positioning, knowing Nylander was probably coming back at some point, and you just fell flat, like you didn't even show up in it. The series against Ottawa could have swept that one and instead just fell flat in Game 4, fell flat in Game 5. Like every time, big moment, fall flat. And what's frustrating too, Cajun, is like, sure, maybe this year it's because the team's just not that good, but how many times before could we have looked at these games and just been like, that was your effort, that was your character, that was your heart that didn't show up in those games. Like, that's nothing else. You got yourself to that point, and then you fell flat in that game because you just didn't show up. And it's again here tonight, but it's coupled with a lack of talent, I guess, if you want to say, or just poor construction of this team. It's really frustrating, Cajun.
Yeah, and I also believe that Berube's got to make, but I don't know how to say this. It's either low IQ with who the team we're playing against is, because throughout the whole game, the broadcast is saying their defense likes to jump in, and Berube's whole game is you chip it in and you forecheck hard. So if you forecheck hard, you can at least take the defenseman out. If the puck's coming out, at least he's not joining the rush. But instead, what we do, we dump it in. Their defenseman takes it, like, oh, no, we got to retreat because they're going to go back the other way. Yeah. No one's going in to make that hit, which is, I don't know. I know everyone's saying, oh, we should wait until the Olympic break and then make our decision. I know the Leafs. You know the Leafs, too. They're going to win every single game into the Olympic break now, just to give us that false hope. That's what they do.
I would honestly tend to believe you, but this season, I just don't even know if that's the case. Like, I kind of thought that this would be, there was a part of my brain that was like, not because I think they can, but just because I think there's such a stupid team that this is one where they do show up and they win, and then it's like, oh no, they did it, they won in reg, the season's back on, and like they fell flat in this one, and falling flat here just kind of gives me that thought that like, nah, they're fucked. Saturday or Thursday, you go into Seattle, I believe. It's a 10 p.m. game. I can't see them winning that. Saturday against Vancouver. I don't know. Maybe you beat Vancouver because they fucking stink. But like outside of that, dude, I don't know, man. I get what you're saying. I don't really disagree with you, but
I'm hoping the Seattle game they showcase some of our top 6 wingers. Because I know they're looking for a top 6 winger for Shane Wright. Maybe they'd want Carl. We need something. We need some youth. We need a center, definitely, because as much I love Tavares. I mean, he had 3 hits today. He's showing up. He's trying to do what he can. I know he's slow, but he's clearly needs to move to the wing. He can't play down the middle right now, or at least moving down to third line. But I don't know. It was frustrating. I was just screaming. Every time Buffalo's in our zone, no one's stepping up on them. We're just backing up, giving them space to play around with us. It's like they're playing scared to lose rather than playing hard to win.
Agreed. Agreed. It's a good point. Like, look at that stretch that they went on where they rattled off all those wins and we thought they were back. I was guilty of it. I thought they were back. And just very quickly, they shoved it in my face and told me to go fuck myself. Was like, that stretch capped off with the win against Colorado was like, it's very frustrating, too, to think about that because I don't think that was luck. Like, that was them playing the right way, committing to a full 60 of that style of hockey. And maybe it's just not sustainable for the group that they have. And eventually it was going to fall off the wagon because they couldn't keep that pace up and that intensity up every single night. Maybe that's what it was. But, like, those weren't fluke wins. They weren't fluke games. Like, they were very dominant, very competitive. They showed up and went balls to the wall every night. Like, they weren't just playing like this and getting wins. They were playing fucking hard every night, executing well, and then it's just disappeared. It disappeared, and it just doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense how you could just decide to do that. To your point, like in this game tonight, how did it start? Well, they forechecked hard. They retrieved pucks. They turned pucks over. They made it hard on the Buffalo defensemen to break pucks out. You talked about the game plan of Buffalo. Like, they would get on them quickly. They wouldn't let their defensemen be involved too much. And then the game went on, and all of a sudden it's like, here's Dahlin, he's active. Here's Samuelson, he's active. Owen Powers breaking in on rushes and stuff. And it's like, everything you talked about that they were doing well, they just got away from. And a lot of that is execution. A lot of it is game plan. A lot of it is the guys they have. It's nuts to me to have that kind of change within one fucking game.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm looking at the shots right now. 23 shots in a losing effort. And to be honest, I think they have more missed shots that didn't hit the net than they actually did hit the net. Your NHL players, hit the fucking net. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hit the fucking net.
Yep.
I'm just frustrated, man.
You have every right to be. You got anything else, Cajun? That's it?
No, that was it. I just hope management sees what every single fan sees.
Yeah. Same, man. All right, Cajun. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Anytime, man. Take care.
There you go. Cajun on the line. Another great call here. If you want to call into the show, get those calls in. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Looking to hear from Leafs Nation about this loss tonight. Still about 800 people watching the show here right now. Over $350 donated. Proceeds going to Sick Kids Charity. We'll keep reading the super chats, all of that and more. We do have smelling salts to get to. This is for 250. We did the 200, the fourth one of the show. This is the fifth for 250. We have 300. I want 350 by the end, but here is for 250. All right. There's a smelling salts. Okay. Another super chat that did come in just quickly. Sorry to the callers who are waiting. Another super chat that's come in. I think there was just the one, so I'll answer this. KPG with the super chat. The infamous or the famous KPG. Berube went to Matthew's doctor and he fucked up the transplant. Nick said it this morning. I was laughing at it. He's like, there's questions we want to ask, you want answers to at the end of this season. And he brought up one of them is what the hell happened to Berube's head? Yes, that's one I would like the answer to as well. I don't know if we'll ever get it. Let's go to the next caller here. Let's welcome to the program, Nick. Nick, 7-4 loss to the Buffalo Sabres. Season seems at this point pretty much over. Is that the same feeling and takeaways that you've got right now?
What's up, my man? Well, to be completely 100% with you right off the rip, I'm not a Leafs fan. I'm not a Leafs hater. Okay. You know, I'm a Columbus fan, so I know you had the Canes fan on. So sorry to inundate you with other teams fans.
No, you're good, dude. I got no problem. And I appreciate the honesty off the bat.
Yeah. But I've been watching for a bit because I'm a Columbus fan, but I'm also a hockey fan. So it's always interesting to kind of I like this show a lot because you get to hear from the fans and stuff like that, and I feel like that's a little bit less common with some of these shows that are just talking and ripping off about hockey and everything like that. So I appreciate the show. I appreciate what you guys do with Sick Kids and stuff like that too. Super sick.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I had something that came to my mind. Watching the show and everything, and knowing the kind of like angst around the core 4 or the core 5, whatever you want to call it, whenever it was. So I did a little bit of research, because Elite Prospects is just like an amazing website and stuff like that, and it's got all kinds of history stuff. It was intriguing to me that in like the past 7 years, the Leafs captaincy, the guys wearing letters history, the past 7 years. So, basically all of the, Auston Matthews, Marner kind of saga here. It was wild to me that there was only 1 year where the letter wearing players were not entirely made up of Morgan Rielly, Auston Matthews, John Tavares, and Marner. You've got 2020, 2021, where you had Hyman and Jake Muzzin in there. But it seems wild to me that you don't see the need to, not you, obviously, the royal you there, but that they don't seem to feel the need to maybe change things up a little bit, because not to rag on Matthews and Marner and all them more, because that stuff's always going to happen anyways. But I feel like they don't have the kind of fire that you need. Even Tavares, like, I feel like he seemed like he was he's got a good head on his shoulders. Like, he's a good, quiet kind of leader. But I feel like you need that, just like, I know he's a special guy, but think Nathan McKinnon. You need a freak kind of thing on your team. And I know he's not the captain. They've got Landeskog there, but he wears a letter, and he's a very important part of that kind of leadership group. And I feel like you guys have had guys cycling in and out that have had that kind of fire. Like, I know maybe his name is a bad word around Leafs fans, but like, you guys had our Nick Foligno for a little bit. I still miss him, because he had that. He was a even keeled kind of leader most of the time, but he had that just crazy kind of almost asshole kind of streak in him. And like, what do you have any thoughts on why you think, like, they don't switch anything up, and look at what's going on and be like, hey, wait a minute, there's a pattern.
Well, it's a really good point. Actually, I hadn't really thought about that in terms of, like, when the last time was that we saw guys outside of the core, that's the word that we don't say here, the core, or the core four that we don't want to say. But it's a good point. Like, when was the last time? I legitimately had to think about it. And you bring up Hyman and you bring up Muzzin. I think that part of wearing letters is semantics. Like, it's just the guys who wear them. But tie all of the things we've talked about back in, which, to your point here, it's a good one, is like, I mean, one piece of the puzzle is just these guys being handed everything. I don't want to, like, make this about him here tonight, but if people in Leafs Nation, and I'm sure people outside of it, are learning more about it here now, especially after the Friedman piece and everything, Marner, his family and his camp demanded he wear a letter, and it was because Auston was wearing a letter, so he needed a letter too. Why would Auston get a letter and he wouldn't? So, okay, now the letter is given to you, and it's like, okay, well, these things they're not just, like, handed out like candy. Like, they're typically given to a player for a reason, and coaching staffs hand those things out for a reason. You bring up Foligno. Was he the best player on his team every year? I'm sure we'd all agree, more than likely not. Maybe there was a year or two, that pop in there where he was the best player, but, like, you think about it in the bigger picture, was he? Probably not. But is he the biggest leader? Yes, that's why he's going to get granted the C. That's why you look at Winnipeg, mind you, yes, not the best year for them this year, but Adam Lowry wears the C. You could name examples around the league. Jamie Benn wears the C in Dallas, of the guy who are going to wear the letters and be those, because they are the leaders. They are the vocal pieces. You brought up John Tavares. I think is an interesting case, because I think John Tavares is a leader, and I think he's a guy you want in your room to lead people and be an example and be the right example, and I think that that's all great. But to your point, and where I go and build off of this on, is all the guys that they had in there were more or less the same. And I think that goes with the guys that were the captains, and to make it even further, the best players, right? So I look at John Tavares, Morgan Rielly, William Nylander, Auston Matthews, Mitch Marner. For the last little while, they're the best players. Which one of those guys is the guy who's going to step up and do what Nick Foligno or Gabe Landeskog or Nathan McKinnon or Jamie Benn will do for their team, to be the leader to do that? That was always lacking. I think the best example would have been when you had, which insane you bring this up, but it's right, is when you had Jake Muzzin and Zach Hyman here, because they were amongst your better, if not best, players. They wore the letters, which does signify something, and they could be the leaders of the team, even with the other guys who were the better players above them in terms of a hierarchy of skill and talent. But they were the guys who could make such an impact, and they were the guys who would be the leaders and wearing that letter on their jersey. The leadership group here for the last while has just all been the same. They've never had the guy to step up. And I think part of the problem we've always experienced and still are experiencing is like, you can bring in as many pieces to be extras in this group, but if they're not the guys who are the best players, it makes it a whole lot more difficult. McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl are examples that I look at immediately and think, hey, how do those guys react and how do they step up and what do their voices sound like in a room when things are going poorly? I would imagine it's drastically different than what it is with the guys here. Same goes for their style of play when things get tough. How do they react in those moments? Then I look at the guys here and the way that they played. They just don't have that. And when you have Scott Laughton step up and be the voice, it's great. And it's great to have in your room, and it brings things together and it brings people together, especially for a full season. But he doesn't have that same authority that maybe the best players do, or the same weight that's carried with his words or actions just because he plays 9 minutes a night and he's a fourth liner. So I think that's kind of part of it. And it's something they've been looking for a long time, really since the Kadri trade, but then, especially since they lost Hyman and they lost Muzzin to injury. It's been missing from this leadership group. It's a good point by you.
Yeah. It just sucks too, because I feel like it helps, because just to use him as an example again, because he was our captain for quite a while. Foligno wasn't brought up in Columbus. He started with Ottawa, but he spent a good long time with the team, and I feel like to have that kind of weight, you don't maybe necessarily have to have been tenured with the team for years upon years upon years, but I feel like that kind of helps. So I don't know, I can't say I know off the top of my head how old Scott Laughton is, but maybe he gets to that point where. Okay. So maybe not because he's a little older, but maybe hopefully one of the younger guys can come up and
Knies
and have that. Yeah. Knies definitely seems like the kind of guy that could step up and do that because like you said, it really helps when they're one of your better players, but I feel like you can, it's like the thing with it, like. Landeskog isn't known for being like that much of a crazy guy around the league, at least not as much as his buddy Nathan McKinnon is. But you can have say even as your captain, you can have say an Auston Matthews or whatever. But I feel like you've got to have those guys, because and like you said as well, the letters don't mean everything. But I feel like they do mean something at the very least from like an optics perspective kind of thing, where you're like, okay, these are our leaders. These are the guys that we are expecting to kind of lead us in whatever direction we want to go in, hopefully, towards winning the cup and everything. But I feel like, Nylander, Riley, and Tavares don't really inspire as the alternates, don't really super inspire that much, like, almost like freak energy that I feel like you need to go places. Even in Tampa, Stamkos is a little crazy. Kucherov is a friggin' mess. I hate that guy, but I can't say he's not good at hockey. So, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Just thought it was kind of interesting from looking into it. But yeah.
Well, to your point, I mean, before you go, I'll keep you here for this. The other thing, like you say, that's kind of why I don't think it's. I mean, this guy Michael in the chat is losing his shit for the last 2 hours and 50 minutes because I'm saying I don't think it's necessary to trade Auston Matthews, but it's more so looking at what you just said. Okay, Auston Matthews can be on your team and he can be your captain or he can be one of the leaders, but who's the guy you look to after Auston Matthews if things aren't going perfectly for him? Okay, the next guy that you end up looking at is William Nylander. What's different about what he does or says? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing. There's no different voice or an intensity or style of play. Nothing. None of it. Same with John Tavares. And it's not a knock on John Tavares or William Nylander, but to have all those guys here and all those guys be the pieces, there's nothing different. And it's all just the same kind of ho-hum, on to the next one, and the dreaded answer that Max Domi had and a lot of these Leafs guys had before the game against Vegas, it's just another game. That's how everything is. Sometimes it needs to be treated like more than that. Like Jack Eichel, when he comes in here and says, we want to win this for Mitch, it means that much more. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, there's no willingness to change or bring other people in that you could look at to go and bring around these pieces that can be like that extra oomph in terms of the leadership in the room. It's a great point by you to bring up, and it's just that's why I don't think you need to necessarily give up on all of them. Maybe you do, and maybe I'm just completely wrong, and I'm an idiot, and it is what it is. I'll own that if it's the case, but. Hey man, it's a really good point about like these guys just being the same and not having that guy who can elevate intensity wise, fire wise. Like it just doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah. Like like you said, even like from maybe a more antiquated perspective, like who in that group are you looking to beat the shit out of somebody if they hit Knies or they hit someone else with a dirty hit. I don't think anyone in that group is really going to be stepping up to, beat the tar out of somebody like I feel like a lot of other captains would do. Not that you want your star players to be getting into fights and everything, but I feel like you kind of need that guy. And
but like, look what Stamkos and Kucherov do. You said their names. Yeah. Like, look what they would do. Like, they don't need to fight every night to prove that or to show their teammates that they'll stick up for them and do it. Like, and I'm not trying to say that this is the best answer, but like Nikita Kucherov will try to chop your knee off because that's what he's got to do because he's not going to fight. So he's going to go in there and he's going to go in swinging with his stick. Maybe it's not the best thing in terms of the rules of the league, but the point is he gets angry and he gets frustrated and you have that. These guys just kind of all like, let's get to the power play. Sometimes that's what you need, but not always. And sometimes it sends a bad message if you're not willing to jump in there like those guys and stick up for guys and be willing to engage. And I'm sorry I cut you off, but I just
no, you're good. No, you're totally right. I mean, to your point too. Like, Matt Barzal with the Islanders, chopping Mason Marchman's skate when he was hitting Matthew Schaefer, earlier this year. I don't know if you saw that, but that was I hated it as a Columbus fan, but I get it as a hockey fan. He was being a piece of shit, and you gotta stick up for your young guys and stick up for your team in general. Even if it wasn't a young star like Schaefer, you've got to instill that kind of culture to where we stick up for each other, we stand by each other, and not in the way that we cover up for each other if we're not doing what we need to do. But if someone's getting at you, we have your back, kind of thing. So
yes. 100%. Good call, Nick. I appreciate it. Anything else you got for me here?
No, I think I'm all good. Yeah, I just appreciate what you do, and I'll keep watching as a as a hockey fan in general, because I feel like it's good for hockey if Toronto does well. So I don't like seeing this. I'll tell you that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate the call, and I appreciate the fact that you've been watching the show and did decide to call in here tonight. And I think a lot of the chat liked this call as well. So you're welcome back anytime, Nick.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Have a good night, man.
All right. Thank you. You too. There you go. Nick. I don't know if Nick was from Columbus, but at minimum, Columbus fan. But thank you to Nick for the call here tonight. Let's get to the Smelling Salts for 300 likes. This is the 6th time we've done this. Again, about 650 people watching here now. I know the numbers are dropping, but we have been at it for 3 hours. We're almost at 1 a.m. Eastern time, breaking down game 53 of the season, a 7-4 loss to the Buffalo Sabres. Here are the smelling salts. I'll just do a little reset for people. So for those who aren't familiar, Leafs Nation After Dark, we're live after every single Leafs game, breaking everything down all season long. Obviously, at this point, it looks like it's just going to be a dark, sad finish to this year. It's going to go down in flames and see trades happen, but we're still going to be here every single game, breaking everything down every single night, talking about everything that happened on the ice in the season and what's going on with this team. I think as the show progresses, it goes from what happened immediately in the game to what's going on with this group, big picture as well. And as you've heard here tonight, we've got fans from other teams calling in. Anonymous Canes fan called in and let us know. We also had Nick just call in, Columbus fan, shout out to him, as well as our regulars, as well as some new people, like lots of people jumping in here to give their thoughts on the Maple Leafs and what has gone wrong in this era, because tonight it was only game 53, but it does feel like it was a sad day, a bad day for Leafs fans. Justin Bennett, much love from the West Coast, 9:45 Pacific. After Dark is a great wind down for me. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I guess that is perfect timing for those of you out on the West Coast. It is only 9:45 p.m., 12:45 a.m. Eastern time right now. More calls to get to here tonight. Let's go to our next one. I might say this name wrong. If I do, I apologize. Please let me know. Let's welcome to the program here. 3 hours in, 30 seconds from the 3-hour mark. Cyan? Is that how I say
close.
The name?
It's close. It's Kian.
Kian. Oh, sorry. I assumed the C. That's on me. Kian, what's up?
I've heard all the instances. Frustrated, just dealing with this shit every fucking year, and just really sick of it. And I think last year was a bit of smoke and mirrors. I think we got all hyped for the team, and we made all these crazy trades, and went all in on this shit that, when we look back on it and we look at some of the patterns and shit that went down, we really weren't as good of a team last year as we thought. Like, we're still playing the same Berube style hockey. We got outshot every fucking game, and even when we play well, we still get outshot every game. Like, even when we win games this year, it's still getting outshot and outplayed, and we just rely on our goalie standing on their head. And as much as we can throw the game at wall today in different circumstances, sure, his game wasn't great, but if they're facing 30, 35, 40 shots a night, that's not a sustainable way of winning, period. And so, I'm just at a point where just sell hard, try to get to the top 5, let the protected pick go to next year, and just say fuck it.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there about the smoke and mirrors and where things were at last year and where the team is at right now and what we're ultimately seeing on the ice. I think that there's regression that's taken place from last year, which would also ultimately lead to what you're saying. I think part of what ends up happening last year and compared to this year was right idea, wrong execution. And I think you see that with the fact that they do beat Ottawa and are so competitive against Florida for the most part. In that, they did make the most difficult series for the Panthers in terms of games played, at least. I just think that they needed to kind of continue to build off of that, and I think they still could have had better pieces in there last year, especially for a long term. I think the idea of depth and not relying so much on the top guys would have helped you significantly if you were able to find some of those guys last year. I think upgrading your defense and having more of a number one, which is something we keep hearing that they're trying to do, would have helped. I think playing the style where it's not so fancy and skilled and, just I don't want to use, I'm going to use the word and it's going to get taken out of context, but soft. And I don't mean soft hockey, skilled hockey is soft hockey. That's not what I'm trying to say. More so, they committed to clogging neutral zones and being hard on a forecheck significantly more than what this team is here now. And I think part of the problem was you just committed to some of the guys that you had last year, ran it back, and some of them just got older. Some of them regressed. Some of them had really good years and didn't keep going forward with what they had. You tried to build what Tampa and the Panthers have, and instead of adjusting and finding the younger version of some of the guys you had who can keep up, you just let them get older and you let them stay here, and it just started to fall off a cliff. So I know that that's a difficult way and probably not a very clear way of me trying to explain it, but like I'm kind of trying to say I agree with you, and at the same time saying like I don't think that the ideas that were in place, the concept, the theory that was in place was the wrong one. I think the execution to get there was incorrect, and I think that there was big fuck ups this summer. Like you had enough talent to wash over some of the mistakes and some of the bad play that had happened last year, to your point, and your goaltending helped hold up for sure. But you lost Mitch Marner, which I think in theory is the right decision because you brought in depth, but you never brought in that middle piece who's like the gap. You never brought in the middle six who can provide a lot of high-end talent or provide a similar amount of talent, provide talent while also being a guy who can play and be like your $7.5-8 million guys. You just didn't bring that in. You just brought in like more $3.5 million guys, which isn't bad, but you were missing pieces. You're missing your number one defenseman. Your defense got older. You relied on Chris Tanev. Those are mistakes. They were mistakes, but I think stylistically you were in the right direction. You were doing the right things, and then you just fucked up and went way too far, and you didn't adjust in the summer.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing is, like you mentioned earlier, is like they don't show up in big games and things. Like I would push it beyond just they don't show up for like big games for the fans, but they don't even show up for big games for the organization. Like it feels like every
or
single
each other
time,
minimum.
but like it seems like every single time we have a game like tonight or a ceremony like tonight where we're honoring the 50-year anniversary of literally an NHL record that stood for 50 fucking years, and it feels, and even like we had the Boreas Salmon game a few years ago. Absolute heartbreaking ceremony, and we go out and lay a fucking egg. And it seems like every single time we have any kind of ceremony or anything like that, we just go out and play absolutely brutal. And it's just a reverberating factor of every single time we play any big game in any context, whether it's regular season, playoffs, whatever. We just don't show up, and I think that's just because we don't hate to lose. We like to win, but we don't hate to lose. And I think part of it is like we made the right call of like Scott Laughton. That was a good trade because like. He gives a fuck. And I think our give a fuck meter across the rest of the team is non-existent.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I think part of the problem that you end up having when you bring in like O'Reilly and Achari and Foligno, as Nick had just brought up previously there, and Lawton for a short period of time is they don't get an opportunity to kind of, well, A, maybe they're not the perfect players, but B, they don't get the opportunity to kind of exert their character on a room. And I think, as you've kind of mentioned, the guys that are the top dogs, they might not hate to lose enough where the guys you bring in who are supposed to be your character pieces aren't able to change that. They're not able to counterbalance it enough. Like Nick Foligno, that one maybe is a bad example, but like the character that he has and what he can bring to a room and the leadership that he has, even at that point, even his play, it was good enough to be able to make an impact. He obviously got hurt, which we can debate whether he was hurt before and they made a bad trade or whatever going into it. We can talk about all that all we want, and that's fine. I'm just going to look at it in the past. I just more so think like the pieces you brought in weren't the wrong pieces. They might have been the wrong timing of things, but I think what you ended up having with the guys who were here far more line up with everything you just outlined in terms of the approach, in terms of their mentality, in terms of not hating to lose, that nothing you could bring in around them changed things enough because you never brought in guys who were at the top end who could counterbalance things. And I'm not trying to do this because of like looking at this on negatively, but like Mikko Rantanen, that was obviously a trade they tried to make. If he were to come in here and be a top dog, that is something that changes something because he is a top dog. He's one of your guys who's going to lead your team in points or help lead your team in points, whatever. He's going to be one of your best offensive players, and he's a guy who will lose his shit and slash guys and fucking go into scrums and do dirty things and whatever, and he's got that, and he hates to lose. He hates to lose. And if he's there to counterbalance the Matthews and the Nylander, it's a different outlook. But if Nick Foligno comes in and Ryan O'Reilly comes in and they're bottom 6 guys, what does that change? Not enough, in my opinion, especially over the short term.
100%. At the end of the day, you need it from your best players. I think the best example is like the Nathan McKinnon press conference in 2022 or 2021, where he literally is like, "I've never fucking won anything, and it's on me to get better and do better." It's
Yeah.
like, have we ever heard Matthews take it upon himself to be like, "I need to be better"? It's always we. It's always we. Like at the end of the day, you're the best player. You're the leader. At some time, like just one time, just please say, "I need to be better. It's on me. I needed to carry this team, and I didn't do it."
Yeah. I think that's one thing that pissed people off a lot about Marner's press conferences and stuff, and why people would pick his words apart. Why things turned so sour early. Like, all the other stuff aside and the off-ice things that took place with like contracts and all that kind of stuff, whatever. Yes, I also think those were poor, but like, how many times, Kian, did he go into a playoff Game 7 post-game where they had just lost, and he got questioned about stuff, and his answers were, well, we didn't get the bounces. I thought we did the right things.
Every single time.
And Leafs fans are watching that, and all of us are just going, no, you didn't show up. Say you didn't show up. Like, we're going to be mad that you didn't show up, but it feels better if you acknowledge that you didn't. It's the same thing. I just used him as an example, but it's the same thing for Nylander. It's the same thing for Matthews. It's the same thing for Tavares. Instead, they talked about learning lessons, and we were close, and we did the right things, and it didn't go our way. No. You want it to go your way? Make it go your fucking way. Make it go your way, because the best players make it go their way, and you did not make it go your way, and then you came out after, and all you said was, oh, we were close, and we learned lessons, and we want to do this again, and we'll come back next year. Oh, awesome. Nathan McKinnon was ready to jump over the table in that press conference you're talking about and kill the reporter who asked the question. And it wasn't because the reporter asked a dumb question or anything. Maybe not the best question, but it wasn't because he's like, I hate this reporter. It's because he's like so mad that he lost and he hasn't done shit. And then he won the Stanley Cup the next year. Like, they just don't have that. They didn't have that.
Yeah, man. I'll leave you with just one last thing. I know you still have a couple other callers to get to. Realistically, bringing in Treliving was not the right call. If you looked at his track record, it was just not going to work. And then, he brings in Berube, and as we've seen this year, if things don't work out perfectly, you don't get great goaltending, you're kind of screwed. So at the end of the day, I say, we should have fired Berube instead of just firing our power play coach, but that's besides the point. At the end of the year, they both need to be gone and just go recoup assets, and let's try to pull up Auston.
Yeah, I mean, potentially even before the end of the year, if you want to go in a different direction, I think maybe having Treliving be the guy who's going to lead the charge at the trade deadline isn't the best move. I know a lot of people say, who's the guy?
That's my other thing. It's like, who do you put in that place?
I'll throw this out there, and I don't know if he wants to do it full time, and maybe that's not the case, and maybe you look for somebody else in the summer, but like, Brandon Pridham has been here for a very long time. He's an AGM. I think he's a very, very smart guy. I think he could be the guy that you just give the controls to, at least for this deadline, and then figure things out in the summer. Maybe he wants to be the next GM. Maybe it's external and you find somebody elsewhere. I don't really care. I don't have the answer right now, but I just think you at least have somebody there who has been around for a long time. And maybe you could kind of give him the keys just for the trade deadline. And then the other thing for me with Berube, if you're going to go in a different direction, I'll throw one thing out there, okay? I know that we bring him up a lot and people don't love the idea, and who the hell knows if it would ever work, but Maple Leafs fans need something to feel good right now, which sounds stupid and it sounds cheesy, but they need like a story to get behind. You also need to develop kids, and you need to give kids a shot. Why not bring in Bruce Boudreau to close out this season?
Yes. Yes.
He's a fun guy. He lives and bleeds the Maple Leafs. He's talked about it that when he was coaching in the NHL, he would PVR Leafs games, get home from his games, and watch Leafs games. That's how much he loves the Maple Leafs. You're in a position where you need to go in a different direction. Regardless of if you want to retool, rebuild, it doesn't matter. You need to go in a different direction. Bring somebody in who's positive. Bring somebody in who's got a fun vibe to them, will appeal well to the fan base. It won't kill the fans to get through the rest of the season if he steps in and he's the guy who takes the lead on this thing. You also... I mean, look, man, we need Jacob Quillen to be playing. We need Villeneuve and Thrun to be playing through the rest of the year if you're going to be selling off pieces. Berube seems to not have any interest in playing them.
Oh, not at all. He seems to hate the young guys.
So bring in somebody else who's got a fresh look. Let him take on these kids. No previous biases. Just start this thing with like a clean slate to go past the deadline. Reevaluate in the summer. Like, I know that people are bringing up in the chat there, I saw Tammy says fuck no to Bruce Boudreau. The point is, like, Leafs fans need a feel-good story. They need something nice to have to cheer for the rest of the year because it's going to be miserable, and I think he could be the guy to do it. And the other thing, just to throw out, if you just bring him in as like the interim, he wants to be a head coach, and I think that's his ultimate goal, but he's always said there's one team he'll be an assistant coach for, and it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. So maybe he just stays on the bench with the next coaching staff, and maybe he could be here as well and be a guy who can help and be a part of it, and like, who the hell knows, man? But something needs to change, and we need a different approach to all of this. That's a guy that I would look at right now.
Yeah, man, I'm on board with everything you said there. My last curiosity, just before I let you go, is the idea on Brandon Pridham. Would you not be fearful of the fact that he's been here the whole time for all this shit and all these decisions and all these poor moves and wasn't able to make his points well enough to help us go in the right direction?
That's a good question. Like, damn, honestly, like, I'm really thinking about that. It's a good question, but what's the other option? Like, there's no GM that's available right now that you could get to come in here that would take over for the rest of this. I just think you don't want Brad Treliving. I don't think you want to rush the GM search. I think you want to take your time and do so in the summer. Why not let Brandon Pridham lead the charge through the deadline and just get you your assets and everything back? I think he's a really smart guy. I don't know. Like, I can't personally defend him more than that. Like, you're bringing up a very good point that I can't really counterpunch to very much. It's just like, I don't think you want to have Brad Treliving be the guy who's the GM at the deadline, given the fact that there's going to be part of him that's constantly holding on to the fact that he was brought in here to win and it didn't work and he failed. And I just don't think there's a GM out there to do the job right now that you could go and hire in the immediate. So I just think interim GM Brandon Pridham is probably the best option, where it's like a guy who isn't going to be making panic moves for his job necessarily.
Yeah, man. No, appreciate your time, and go Leafs go at the end of the day, but hopefully next year is better.
Yeah, hopefully next year is better. Thank you, Kian. Appreciate the call. Sorry for getting your name wrong off the jump.
Hey, no worries. Appreciate you getting it right the rest of the time.
All right. Thank you, Kian. I got it.
Peace
There
out.
you go. Kian, good call. And look, the honest truth is I don't have a very good answer for the Brandon Pridham thing. He's just a guy who has been here for a long time. I don't think that he would have to operate under a fear for his job the same way a Brad Treliving would. And you probably want to do a proper GM search come the summertime anyways. Why would you hire right now and just jump the gun when maybe a GM who's on another team becomes available in the summer? Maybe a GM who's on another team is a guy that you could go and poach off of that team if you offer money or term or an opportunity, because regardless of what people think about Toronto, and I understand there's a negative tone associated with the city and the team and the franchise, if you're the GM who does it, Brian Burke always said it. You get this team to win and have success, like you're on a fast track to Hall of Fame and streets and schools being named after you. Like you put yourself into a position to going down in history if you win here. There is an appeal to that, especially to coaches or GMs, maybe even more so than players. Like players, it might not have the same weight, but GMs and coaches and presidents, for sure, if they're the one who implements their plan and gets this team to the promised land, like there's statues. They name holidays after you. You want to do the proper GM search in the summer. You want to sit down with all the right candidates in the summer and see where you're at. Why would you go hire the guy right now and panic to bring in a new GM right now? So when people ask what's the goal or who do you bring in or how do you run this, this isn't to shit on Brad Treliving, but you probably just want a clean slate here. Move on from him. Get somebody else to run your trade deadline. Bring back the assets. Move pieces out. Internal hire of Brandon Pridham, who is a very smart guy, and I think is thought of very highly within NHL circles. I think he's the guy that you could say, hey, here's the keys, get us through this deadline, and then if he wants the GM job, you can interview for it in the summer. Maybe he just wants to stay in AGM. Maybe he wants to stay in Toronto. Maybe this is what's best for him, and he doesn't want to get the limelight and be the guy. But short term, why not give him the keys to just get through this? He's been around for a long time. He understands the cap, financials, money. Maybe he knows the best way to deal with some of this stuff and just get you through the trade deadline, because who else is there right now to bring in? You want Treliving to be running it? Why not have him be the guy? Let's go to our next caller, J.D. Anderson. J.D., what's up, my man? Sorry I made you wait for so long.
Hey, Zach, how's it going, buddy?
It's not bad. It's not bad. I think the longer the show has gone on, the better I have felt, which is a good thing. I think at this point, I've just kind of come to accept the reality of what this team and this season is. It's just a matter of uneasiness about what happens moving forward. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Hey, sorry for coming in so late for a late show too. I was busy playing video games and masturbating, which ironically are two things well more satisfying than watching this fucking Leafs game, and a better chance of a happy ending.
Well, and I'm sure, yeah, we don't need to get. Never mind. I was gonna say something. Let's just
go ahead, Zach. Let her rip.
No,
it's 1 a.m., buddy. Come on.
No, I was just gonna say I'm sure both things actually did satisfy more than the Maple Leafs tonight.
Oh my God. Hey, I have to also agree with one of the callers, a few callers back. I think his name was like Decimated Maxi Pad or something like that, where he said like he completely saw this coming, and yeah, you could see the shit a mile away. This was the most scripted, leafiest game I've ever watched in my life.
Maxentius Decimus. I got JD's mic volume was not JD. It was me. I fixed JD's mic. I had the last caller, Kian, bumped up a little bit. I forgot to bump it down when JD joined. So that's not JD's fault. Everybody stop getting on JD. That was my fault. Yeah, dude. I mean, Rosie and Nick both gave it out this morning as their best bets at the end of the morning show was for the fucking Sabres to win tonight. I did my pregame show and I gave my best bet as Sabres -1.5. Like, we all knew, dude. There's a lot of times the Leafs do leafy shit and they just come out and win. This was not one of those ones.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking too. You got a lot of likes tonight and a lot of smelling salts.
Yep.
If they keep up this run the way they're going, you're gonna have to swap this smelling salts out for cocaine to keep up.
Dude, I don't know. There's 29 more games left. I'm like 3.5 hours for 29 more games. I might be dead by the end of the season. But that said, I won't have playoff run to be doing, so maybe we just keep ripping. Maybe that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't. Yeah, I think tonight was the writing on the wall. Too little, too late. I mean, even if they won tonight, they dug themselves such a fucking hole. And of course, ironically, everybody around them, Boston, Montreal, everybody else is winning, picking up points. Florida. It's
Who's
just,
the dagger?
man, they're so fucking MLSE is the most cursed organization on the planet. I mean, I'm almost speechless here. There's almost I'm the guy that always has something to say with a big mouth, and I barely know what to fucking say anymore. The only thing I think of, I mean, I don't think honestly, in this, I'm probably gonna get jumped on for bandwagoning, which I'm not, but I don't think I can watch another fucking game this year. It's 2.5 hours out of your life, 3 hours, whatever it ends up being, that you're never gonna get back. It's heartbreaking. It's like beating your head against a wall. It's like that bad relationship with the person that fucks around with everybody in town for 10 years solid, and you're so stupid you stick around. Everybody else knows, they've got video and photo evidence, and you're like, well, maybe it'll change.
Yeah.
It's so
No, dude,
it's so
it's the
torturous,
bad,
dude.
it's the toxic. I've said this. It's the toxic ex-girlfriend who, they keep fucking you over and leaving, and then they come back and tell you, no, I'm different, and you say, okay, fine. And then we've dealt with this for 9 years of this on and off toxic girlfriend, and finally, the girlfriend actually flipped shit and threw your shit out off the balcony, and all of a sudden you're standing there going, oh my god, now what? Like, now I need to buy new things. Now I need a new dresser, a new computer, a new desk, all of it, because you've never done this before, but this is the worst it's been, and I need to start again. I need to start from scratch. Like, this, we just kept coming back, kept saying, hey, we'll be better this time. Okay, I can believe you now.
So tell me,
I don't know.
what
I don't know.
in your opinion, what are the chances that after this, within the next coming weeks or trade deadline off season, that they make any moves to really seriously tear this fucking beast down?
I'll be you. You want the
Now
honest
you're
answer?
speechless. Yeah, honest answer.
My worry is that they win like 4 straight here to go into the Olympic break.
Okay, even if they did, chances are they've got far less than a 25%, way less than a 25% chance of even making the playoffs. How is that
I
going to
agree
change?
with you,
How is
dude.
that
I'm
going to
not
change the
saying
narrative?
it's better. No, I'm not saying
Yeah.
it does for me. I'm talking about from MLSE and from Brad Treliving's point of view. I worry that they win these games. They go into the Olympic break where they have 3 weeks to sit down and have serious talks, and they say, oh, well, we won those ones. Maybe we can do it. Oh, we play Buffalo again. We play Boston again. Maybe we can do it. And then you're fucked. You're stalling out. Like, if these guys are really intelligent, if they actually have a brain going on in there and know what's best for the team hockey-wise, you don't care what the next 4 games are. Like, I think your true colors were just shown. And you make your decisions now, and this should seal your fate. Everybody else around you won. You lost. You've fallen now to 8 points out of a playoff spot. That's got to be it. But I do have concerns that they at least even just don't make moves and hang on. Like, that's the other thing. It's not necessarily that they go and try to add to the team, but one of the concerns I do have is that they get to the Olympic break and they're like, well, we won a couple there. Let's hang on. And then you come back, you win your first 2, and they're like, ooh, all right, we got guys healthy. We're in a good spot. And you just don't do anything. You miss opportunities to recoup assets. You miss the playoffs, and you just don't get anything. That's my concern. Because I think Edmonton pays for guys. I think Dallas pays for guys. I think you've got pieces that other teams want, other teams need. And if you just refuse to move off of stuff, you still probably end up close, but you miss the playoffs, especially if guys get healthy. Like, inject Nylander into this lineup, inject Dakota Joshua. Maybe you're in a better spot. And you just hang on, and I think you're in no man's land. I think you miss barely, and that's it.
Yeah, I would agree. It's scary. What the fuck was I going to say? Yeah. What gets me is it's like the organization treats the whole fan base like a bunch of uneducated children. How this organization can't see how the fans outside are feeling, how we're reacting. It's the most out of touch company, like MLSE, the most out of touch group of people I've ever encountered in my entire life. With the noise in this city, we are the loudest city, well, the quietest in the arena, and the loudest as far as the fan base on socials and whatnot. And how they just, with their we're tuning out the noise shit, and just everything is internal. And then they got the balls to say stupid shit at the start of the season, like the owner, like, we're not here to sell jerseys, we're here to win cups. Clearly not the fucking case.
You sold a Mitch Marner Vegas autographed jersey on his return night. You're pretty clearly here to sell jerseys, buddy.
Yeah. They're who the fuck did they think they're fooling? It's like they're duping an entire city and a country, and well, we're worldwide, really. The entire fan base. They're just treating us like a bunch of fucking chumps and duping us, and we keep falling for it year after year after year. I mean, how this fan base just doesn't show up to games and toss everything in their hands, pockets, purses, and shit onto the fucking ice every single game until they get it, I have no clue.
Well, I think part of it, to be honest with you, I don't love the idea of throwing shit on the ice, but I get the sentiment regardless. I think part of it is just there's not real fans in there. There's not real fans in the arena. The real fans are at home yelling and screaming and in my chat and calling into the show. The people who actually care that much are not in the arena because they cannot afford to be. The people that are there are corporate ticket holders and rich people who just like the idea of having Leafs tickets, all of that. Like, it's not the real fan. It's not Mark from Oshawa, pin drunk, yelling and screaming in the lower bowl. It's not... Steve, whatever the fuck, wherever he was from, calling in, losing his shit about the team. It's not those people who are in the lower bowl. It's not real fans. It's fringe fans who get to sit there, and it's not because Leafs fans don't want to go to games. It's because they get priced out. And again, goes back to Keith Pelly's ticket selling and the Marner jersey and all of it. It's money, which I get it's a business, but like you price out the people who give a fuck.
Exactly. The last game that I went to, Zach, was almost 2 full years ago. It was a game against Montreal. Wonder why. I paid about $600 for a pair of half-assed nosebleed tickets. And the only reason I even got to go to that game, I sold my car, had some extra money, and went, well, I'll go watch them beat the fucking Habs that I hate. And of course they lost.
Of course.
Of course they lost. Like a 3-hour drive each way through fucking snow and bullshit, parking, $25, everything, a $50 fucking beer and a popcorn, and they shit the bed. I think it was like a 5-3 or 6-3 loss or something disgusting. And,
yeah.
That's what the real fans get.
Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. It's frustrating. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think it was 2 years ago, the season when Matthew scored 69. He had a hat trick in the first game. And then the second game, my roommate and I, we had just moved downtown and we decided to go to the game. We sat in the last seats in the entire building. Like literally the people behind us were standing room only. And it was like $130 or $140 a ticket. Like, which isn't that expensive, but when you think about where we were sitting for game 2 of the year, it's just like we got them half an hour before the game. Like, that's the state we were in. So I completely understand, dude.
Yeah, it's brutal. I'm just going to make a couple little quick things. I had some little game notes for my typical notes I always do, and then I'm going to get out here and let somebody get some sleep eventually. To give them credit, in a positive note, there was effort there tonight. It wasn't a team that didn't show up to play. Like, that's been their MO for the most of the time. I found that they actually did have some great effort. There was some gritty play. I mean, they got 4 goals. They got a lucky one waved off because of the offside and whatnot. So they got they got gifted a lot of shit, and the effort
Yep.
was there. But here's the deal: is their effort is always in fucking ways when they put it in. What has it been that we can
Yes.
all count collectively? Two, I think we could all agree. There's been maybe 2 games this year where it was a 60-minute effort. And tonight it was the same shit. And you watch a guy like Matthews, he turns it on and then he turns it off and on and off. It's just hot and cold the whole fucking game. And most of the team was like that. It's not 1 or 2 players. Unfortunately, it's like 80 or 90% of the team. And it's a consistent thing that they do. They turn the Jets on and then they fucking coast.
Yeah. 100%, dude. And so many times we've come here and talked about, well, they pushed late. Well, where were they for the other 45 minutes? Where were they for the other 50 minutes of the game? Why did it have to be a last 10-minute comeback? Why didn't you show up from the start? Like the Vegas game. Why didn't you show up for the first 30 minutes of that one? The other Vegas game. Why did you taper off in the last 10 minutes of that one? Like, why was there not a full 60? And just unfortunately, like, this isn't an issue that only exists this season. It's not. The construction of the team, the quality of the team this year, yes, worse than other years, for sure. Hands up, admitting that. I thought they were better this season. I do think the concept of it, and I think the depth is there. It's better, but I think that, you're seeing guys who are just aging and whatever. Those things I was wrong about. Hand up, I'm wrong. But the effort that you see, to your point, it's just never consistent. It's not every game. It's not a full 60 ever. It's just... And you finally strung it together for that stretch they had from December 23rd on. And then they were like, nah, that's all right. That's it. And it's gone. Like, why?
Yeah. Well, I've got a little hot take here because I thought long and hard about this. And let's just single out Matthews and Nylander. Okay, because those are the 2 guys that are paid a ton, that are expected to be high performance players, that are leaders, that are supposed to show up night in, night out, and lead the team and do all the heavy lifting. Basically, I am absolutely convinced, Zach, and you can argue it. I'm convinced now that we've got 2 players that are more concerned with padding their own fucking stats than they are supporting the guy next to them on the team. I don't believe they have a whole lot of pride in the team, in the city, and the crest on the front of their jersey. I firmly believe that these guys, and it would be proven to a certain extent by the fact that they're turning on and turning off. They're putting effort in enough to get their points so they get what they need so that they can inflate their contracts, keep their jobs, and just walk that fine razor's edge line. And then when they got their points and they've done what they feel is enough to look reasonable, they just coast and float. Just turn it off again and let the other team do the heavy lifting. Guys like Lawton and guys like that. That's my theory.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with you, to be honest, JD. From the standpoint of, you can look at other players around the league, and I think if you watch other teams, 82 games, every single game, night in, night out, like McDavid doesn't have it every single night. Draisaitl doesn't have it every night. Same goes for McKinnon, Makar, I don't know, Mikko Rantanen. Like, they don't have it every night, but it's the tempo and intensity of which they play with. I don't think disappear the same way these guys do. I hate to put that on them because they are professional athletes and they got to this point because they do care regardless of what we all think. Like, you don't become this if you don't care enough. Like, there is that element of it, but I mean, to your point, like, it's like you just get by, and I think some of it just came with an element of safety. Like, there was no accountability. There was no sitting for games early on if things went poorly or not doing the right things, or okay, maybe that's an extreme example, but like, look at Patrick Waugh with the Islanders. He sat, I think it was Anders Lee, and I know Matt Barzal for sure. He sat them in a game on the weekend. I think it was Sunday night because they didn't back check. he had a conversation with them before the game and said, you need to be doing this, and like this is kind of your warning. And then in the game, they didn't execute on the things he had asked of them, so he sat them for like an entire period or 10 minutes or whatever the fuck it was. Like, those are guys who are the same age as the guys we have here, and they're still being held accountable. And I think it sends a message to everyone. The message doesn't get lost in the room if you're sending the right message. And those are things that people need to do. And you see these guys here where a lot of times it just wouldn't happen. And okay, maybe Nylander did experience it, but what about Matthews? What about Marner? What about Morgan Rielly? Morgan Rielly's still playing atrocious. He's still playing the second or third most minutes of any defenseman. Still rolls out there. Sometimes he plays the most. Playing atrocious, still rolls out there. Why? Why?
I don't know.
Like, why?
It's disgusting.
And I think that's part of it, where it's just like, I can take this shift off, I can take this period off, and nothing's going to happen to me. Whereas other guys don't experience that to the same extent.
And therein lies the problem. It's they've coddled these fucking kids from child to adult for so long. They've become so entitled, and it's like they're afraid to use that tough love on him, and quite frankly, it's too little, too late. Even if they started that shit and started implementing it now, it's not going to do any good. They're set in their fucking ways. That you can't teach an old dog new tricks, they say, and with these guys, even more so. I mean, yeah. I just think it's a fucking hopeless venture for sure. But.
Yep. Anything else, JD?
Yeah, just quick kind of final thoughts here.
Go for
it. Really, between Wall and Stoley, we got the same shit with both of these guys, man. So hot for so long, and then just stone fucking cold. It's just insane. I don't know what this anomaly is all about, but we believe in them. It looks great, and then there's just a fucking cliff drop off. And to extent Stetcher as well. Stetcher, I've loved since he came in. Look at him in the last handful of games. He's just dropped off a fucking absolute cliff too.
Yeah. Yeah, to his defense, like, he's not been bad. The goalies, I agree with you, like, they've just struggled, and I think part of that was, I think Wall is a really good goaltender. I mean, I think people, what I'm trying to say here is, I don't think looking at what he did last year is like, oh, that's an anomaly. I think Stolarz might have just had an unbelievable season. Now he's dealing with injury and regression at the same time, and neither of those things are helping how he looks. But, like, you're definitely seeing them struggle. You're seeing the defense in front of them be poor. To defend Stetcher a little bit, and I know you're not trying to like shit on him. I'm not trying to say I'm defending him from you. I just more so I think he's just having to be leaned on too much. Like, he's brought in to be a sixth defenseman. He outperformed that. And then the expectation is that you have other guys who are going to step up and kind of elevate around that. Jake McCabe has fallen off here. Morgan Rielly has played terribly. Brandon Carlo has been fine. Ekman Larsson's probably your best defenseman. So then it's just like, okay, now you're really looking at Stetcher to be like a number 2, number 3, night in, night out. It's not what he ever was, not what he was ever supposed to be. So it's going to fall off to that extent, or it's going to fall off. And to what extent, I don't know how it's going to continue to go. But I was expecting some regression. I think now we're just having to see the guy play way too much. And it's not something he's used to. And I'm not trying to say I don't like the guy or anything like that. I love him. But we are seeing that play drop off a little bit for sure.
Yeah, a lot of bad decisions too. Hildeby was the move several times. They just don't want to go to him for whatever reason, don't want to trust him. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's what you get. You get overworked goalies, you get confidence lost, and then you get these cliff drops. And, I blame the poll earlier. I guess, was it on Leafs Morning Take with the poll? Where they blame the players or the coach or whatnot?
It was here.
It was there. Okay, yeah. I would, and this is going to be my last thing, and then I get the fuck out of here. I actually voted for MLSE rather than the players. And I know it's been all on the players type thing, but if you got an organization that is allowing the players to fucking stick around and perform like this year after year, night after night, it's the organization, clearly, from my standpoint.
I don't disagree, man. I
Just
don't
gotta
disagree with you, JD.
dose that 1 point really quick on the way out the door, buddy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Thank you for the call tonight, JD. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. And I might not be around much in the future, but love the
I don't
show
like
and you
to
guys
hear
are
that.
awesome.
I
Well,
want you coming back, man. I want you coming back.
I appreciate that, buddy. I'll always check in on you guys and watch the show. Although I probably won't be watching the Leafs, so I probably won't call in and disturb. But I'll still support, and
Thank you,
I
JD.
appreciate everything that you do, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call tonight, JD. Enjoy the rest of your night. And if I don't see you soon, then wishing you the best as always.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
There you go. JD Anderson Comedy. More calls. People still want to call tonight. Let's go to our next one. Arshia on the line. He was asking in the chat, are we still taking calls? We are. What's up, Arshia?
Hi, this is my first time on, and it took this atrocious performance to get me on here.
Well, thank you for calling.
Appreciate it, man. I've been watching you guys every night after every game, high and low.
Thank
So
you.
it's good to be calling on. And I mean, I feel like I've been reading the chat, and I see some to quote the caller from a few episodes ago, some Willy Glaze in the chat, and yeah, I mean, I will say he's been kind of not amazing, but at the same time, he's almost the only player we have. Like, it's just the team's fallen that low, where even a subpar Nylander is like something we can't lose because he's just like, what else do we have? And that, I think we really have to look at Matthews more critically and say, like, okay, we're paying this man 13.25 whatever million, and in 2 years' time, when that contract is up, does he deserve a raise? Like, are we gonna give him a raise really for what? Less like 2 years of sub point per game when others earning half his amount are scoring way more points than him? Like, I don't re-sign Matthews. You can tell the guy's from Arizona because he's got the passion and leadership of a wet potato. He doesn't seem like somebody who should be playing in a Canadian market. And I mean, really, like, to give him the C, I think in hindsight was a mistake. And the way he moused away from interviews the other day as well, I mean, there's just testament to that.
Yeah, to defend him on the interview thing, obviously he could have said, I'm going to go out there and speak, so that I'm not going to say anything on. He could have done that. But Jonas Siegel did clarify here today that he didn't refuse to not go out there. The media has to request him, and he was made available. Nobody requested him, and so then Maple Leafs don't ask him to go out there. That's how that one works. So I clarified there, but like, he definitely could have gone out there and said, I will speak. Look, man, I'm not doing this to shit on Willie. I'm just going to do this to more prop up Matthews, and it's not to defend him or whatever as a leader or anything like that. I'm not going to say, yeah, he's the best guy to do the job. He is still an unbelievable player. I just think that you need another guy alongside of him. Like, Draisaitl has McDavid with him. McKinnon has Makar with him. Like, they have those guys. And I know William Nylander is here, but I mean in terms of attitude-wise. Nylander and Matthews are far too similar attitude-wise, and I think that's one of the things we talked about when Nick from Columbus had called in, and, you know, the leadership that was talked about with Anonymous Canes fan and these guys here and all those kinds of stuff that you look at with this group. I'm not trying to cop out, but, you know, I think he's an unbelievable player. The goal scoring is extremely hard to replicate and replace, so that's something you don't want to lose, but I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, looking at some stuff like a game like this, it's hard to really put up an argument against you, Archie. I understand what you're saying.
I mean, for sure. I mean, the thing is, in this, and that's an important acknowledgement in the sense that, yeah, Matthews needs someone. But I think that Leafs fans, as a fan base, we need to realize who Matthews is. And it's like, when you compare him to, like, let's say Draisaitl, McDavid, McKinnon, yeah, sure, others elevate their games, right? If you give McKinnon, Makar, he does better. But McKinnon without Makar is not useless. He can still drive a team. He can still, you know, drive his line and really just put his entire team on his back night on night. That's where the line is. Matthews can't do that. He just can't. He can't. I mean, we often perform better without him in the lines. And I just feel like today, yeah, he got 3 points. Kudos to him, but he's still sub a point a game. And I mean, you know, we've been talking now for 2 years. Is he injured? Is he not? I mean, MLSC will keep that shit as hush-hush as possible, and they'll never tell us. But I mean, it's just like, I don't know. He's just are we gonna really give this man a raise? Like, and is he gonna want to take a cut? Does he want to stay on the same salary? Probably not. I'm just thinking I don't want to go through what we went with Marner, trade him while we still have something on him, and get something back, like a pick or two, a couple prospects. Look at what they got for Quinn Hughes. We get something better than that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of trading the guys, you're definitely going to bring back a haul. I think he's playing really well right now as well, and is at a point where there's a significant value attached to him, and somebody would love to have him. So yes, there is a lot that you could get back. I don't know, man. I just think we had built with too many of the same, and we're dealing with the repercussions of it. And if you're not going to bring the guys back, you need to get as many assets as humanly possible in a deal right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this it's like the problem with this team is not. I mean, it's not. It's ability to some extent, but we've seen Matthews. He's can be a stellar player. We've seen Nylander when he's lighting it up. He's amongst the best in the league. It's just the mentality is really garbage. And I mean, like JD points out, that starts with MLSC. And just the entire organization has the wrong mentality. They don't have a winning mentality. They don't have that grit. They don't have that killer instinct. They don't have that. Like a few players do, and you can see flashes of it sometimes, but it's just they don't got that, to speak colloquially, that dog in them. They don't. Yep, there you go, the dog in them. They just don't got it. They don't look like they really care for the crest. Like JD said, they don't look like they want to win it. They want to get their dosh and go home and, do whatever. I don't see that passion at all in any of these players. None of these players elevate each other. None of them, really push each other. They don't push themselves. They've tuned out the coach. They've tuned out the fans. They're living in their own little bubble, and it's just Leaf land. That's it for them.
Yeah, it does feel that way very much. And I think that's one of the things we've talked about here, whereas for a long time, it just felt like we didn't have a team. We had a collection of players. We didn't have a team, and that's kind of what we're dealing with the repercussions from right now. It's guys who just play together, and it's not guys who play for each other, and there's a difference. And unfortunately, in a game like this where it's like, hey, season on the line, year on the line, you win tonight, you put together 4 straight going into the Olympics, I don't think it changes anything in terms of like, okay, now do you try to push in your chips at the deadline or anything like that, whatever, or trade guys off. But the point is, like, bare minimum, you look at this game, okay, here you go. Here's a chance for everybody to step up for each other and win this one to save the season. Can't come through. Even, the physical play, gone. Fighting or scrumming after the whistle and sticking up for each other, gone. It just wasn't there. The battle wasn't there.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess my question is, like, let's say they do go on a 4-game little run here, and then they come back and for deadline day, and let's say they want to buy with what? Like, what are you buying with? So, like, and even if you do miraculously find a way to buy with something, have you proven that you're really going to be able to get past the first round? Not really. I mean, like, I don't see a world where this team should even bother with buying. Like, I think the mission should be tank, and I'm not even afraid of. I think I'm past rebuild. We should just nuke the whole thing. Like, this is like we have to go nuclear here a little bit. Like, at some point, you can keep doing the same thing over and over again, and I mean, it has no change. That's called insanity. Like, we keep running it back, and I mean, yeah, we got rid of Marner, and that was a brave step from the team. I think they did it the worst way possible. They could have traded him before his no move clause kicked him, but I mean, at some point, you just have to. I think we have the greatest franchise in the league, and this franchise is worth the risk. It's worth the risk, and us as fans, we can take it. Whether that be a short retool, which I always say is not possible because a retool requires a core, and currently there is no core to build around, emotionally and mentally at least. And so if we got to rebuild, that's what we got to do, and we just got to suck it up, thank them for what they did, and time for a new era, new faces, new mentality. Like we can't keep banging our heads against the wall and being surprised that we have a bruise.
Yeah, it does seem like that's kind of where we're at right now, Arshia. It does feel like that's where we're at. Anything else for me here tonight?
Just a quick question for you. If Zach, you were the GM, give me your 1, 2, and 3 of who you're trading.
McMahon, Lawton, Probably OEL.
Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Thanks for having me on, man. That was
Yeah.
really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Arshia. Hopefully that answers the question well enough there. But I mean, obviously in the summer I would trade different. Like I'm trying to move off of Morgan Riley, but I don't think that's kind of the realistic or the question you're asking.
Unfortunately,
so,
yeah.
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 All right.
Yeah. I would boot him to Vancouver immediately if I could. But anyways.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Arshia. Thanks for the call.
Have a good one.
You too. There you go. Arshia on the line. Last caller of the night. Let's welcome to the program, Prague. Prague, what's up?
Hey,
Prague.
man. What's going on, man?
It's
How are you
not the
feeling?
best. Tired, dude. 3 hours and 50 minutes on the post game. It's 1:40 a.m. Eastern time, so tired.
Well, we all appreciate what you do, man. We like no matter how much we argue, I always
Thank
appreciate
you.
what you do, and I think
Thank you.
I think highly of because that just shows the kind of love you have for it. So I'll never question that, right? We might have different disagreements, but anyways, but like, I don't want a newbie to be like. I heard some of your talking points in the last like 20 minutes or so, but like most of the show I didn't watch. I was busy doing other things. I just don't think we can put in a newbie to tear this place down. We need somebody who has relationships with the other GMs, who's liked by the other GMs, and has made trades. Because remember, even though Treliving fucked up Calgary by not agreeing to even close to what Gaudreau asked until 2 hours before his signing timeline was over, and that led to Kachuk leaving. He
That's
traded
not true.
Kachuk within a couple weeks
That's
and
not
got
true.
a really good trade.
That's not true.
Okay, we'll disagree on that. Even though Elliot Friedman brought it up in one of his podcasts.
I'm like
but-
99% sure they offered more. He just chose to go to
No,
Columbus.
no. They didn't offer close to what he wanted until 2 hours before the his signing deadline, because he was still wanting to stay there. And
I don't think so.
Elliot Friedman brought it up on his podcast, his 32 Thoughts podcast. He's written it before. I heard him talk about it again like a few weeks ago. Anyways, but not, I'm wrong. I get it. And that was a fact that's even in the newspapers in Calgary because he was
Get on
asking
with
for a
it.
certain amount. He was asking for a certain amount, and he just.
Get on with it.
Anyways, so I'd rather trust Treliving to at least tear down, but I don't believe that MLSC cares because they're making money hand over fist either way, and I don't trust them to do anything until it's almost practically impossible to do it. Like we saw the writing on the table 2 months ago, 3 months ago. They fired the assistant coach. Ooh. We got a little bump.
Yeah.
Wow. But they delay. And I'm gonna ask you, like, when Lou was hired, everybody knew Lou was gonna get hired. When Dubas was getting hired, we knew the two options. It was internal. Right? It was either keep Lou or Dubas. When Treliving was being hired, they already had talked about it the day Dubas was fired. Even the coaching, Babs, open, not a hard secret. Keefe, we knew that was the next one. And did Treliving even look? Because everybody was talking about Berube weeks before Keefe even left. Before even the playoffs were over. If this is happening, this is going to happen. So I just don't trust them to. I want them to do a proper search. I want them to hire somebody else to do a proper search because their internal eyes are brutal. Their development staff, like Sam Linsky, 25-year-old undrafted, signed. He's now 27, third season, just signed a 4-year or whatever it was extension. How many of those kind of players did we have or do we have in the minors toiling away? Justin Brazeau, Trevor Moore, Carter Verhage, like we don't even have a professional, a good outside of Michelli and Dakota Joshua. Who have we traded for that had upside and could help the team? Yes, Joshua had a crazy injury that was unexpected, but like, um, when you put players in positions to succeed, like him with McMahon and Wall were killing it on the third line. Wall with Robertson on any line really was killing it. And Michelli, he was 45 to 50 point player playing on the third line with few minutes in Utah. We got him for cheap. Those are the types of players we need to go for, younger players. We don't trade those players. I wouldn't trade Robertson, Michelli, anybody who, and Holmberg has 15 points playing 11, 12 minutes a night, but people say he was not skilled. You're forcing him to play, like, think about the people he played with. He was playing with Kampf. He was playing with, like, our third and fourth lines were literally bubble gum and tissue paper stuck on the bottom of our shoes. Like, and we never addressed the fact that our defense was the shittiest part of our whole team. We worried about Riley. We treated him like he was first. He was a first line player. He's never been a first line player. And our development staff, like, honestly, outside of Cowan getting the run he has, maybe Knies and Cowan are the only two players since the 2016-17 season that we drafted that have been given extended runs without being dropped. Knies because he earned it. Cowan, there's times you should sit him a game. He'll learn the lesson. I don't say, like, even if you don't put him in the AHL, sit him a game. Let Quillen play in. Let Gruel play in. Let any of these players play in. You were saying it earlier, but you won't agree with me because that's fine. That's how it is.
No, because you're starting it with you should sit Cowan and play the younger guys. I agree with you, play with the younger guys, but what?
But Cowan is what is Cowan doing? What is Cowan doing that's so amazing? He's now 30th in rookie scoring.
And he's getting more minutes. He's getting the experience. He's getting the opportunity. Who cares? The whole point is now it's lost. Okay, the season's over. Why not play him in the NHL? Give him the chance. Learn how to be a pro. Learn how to play in the NHL. He's playing against men every night.
You can't learn to be a pro in AHL. Nobody has learned.
You're good enough to play in the NHL.
Is he good enough? What is yes. I want him to be the Cowan that we saw in the OHL last season, the season before. I want him to bring that kind of swagger, that kind of belief with him. So I believe in development. See, there's the other thing. We bring up certain players and just love them to death. And then we toss the other players around. Right? Our 30-goal scorers, like, I've had arguments when the 1 year that Carter Verhaeghe was playing well in Tampa. I was like, let's sign him for $1 million, $2 million. Let's whatever. That's what Florida did. They were the only ones who were really after him. And what did they do? If you look at any team, our defense, maybe Seattle has the only defense that's not necessarily as good, but they're playing better than we are. And they're younger than ours. I wish they had clued in a long time ago. Because I've seen, like, how long did it take to trade Marner? And it was not even trade, it was just sort of Treliving doing some sort of media magic to force the hand of Vegas, because otherwise we would have gotten nothing. And the reason when I first talked to you, I brought up all those examples of how we jumped the curve by trying to trade for players before we were ready, before we had a deep system. People can talk about trading like the Canes do for Jake Gensel, for Rantanen. But they always, until this last season, they've always had way more picks than the regular team has every year. So this is the first season they don't have more than 7 picks. They have 3 or 4, but they still have their first. either theirs or Dallas's. They're picking a lot of players in Russia and other leagues where they don't have to worry about signing them for 4 years. They can do it whenever. And that's how they got like Alexander Nikishin, like all these other players that they can just sign whenever they feel like it out of whatever league. And the thing is, we don't have that. We have never had that. We always rush. Phil Kessel. And the thing is, the whole point is we rush. Like today, if you listen to any of the like TSN, Sportsnet's, Chris Johnston, or whoever, they'll say, yeah, let's trade for picks. And then in the summer, trade them for players so that we can get better. I'm like, you're missing the bloody purpose. We're just doing what Vancouver does, what Calgary does, what every fucking bad team does. We're spinning our wheels. We're not thinking long term. I want long term. I want this team to be successful and have opportunities to pay 2 seconds for fucking what's his face, Sherwood, or whoever the fuck we want, and not go with just toughness and bullshit. Fairy tales. Foligno doesn't even have the same amount of points in any playoff. He has way more playoffs than Domi. Domi's a dog in the playoffs. I don't care who you want to tell me. If you have watched go back and talk to anybody who watched the playoffs. Domi is a dog.
Yeah,
playing him in center is stupid.
He's a bottom six winger.
How many bottom six wingers score 52 points in the rookie season playing 14 minutes?
Prague. Is he in his rookie season?
He averaged, before he was with the Leafs, he was averaging over 50 points per season.
Here are the 5-on-5 stats for Auston Matthews and Max Domi together. Just not underlying or expected anything. Just Matthews and Domi together. 16 goals for, 18 goals against. -2, 5-on-5 with them together. Here is Max Domi when he doesn't play.
Which period is this? Are we talking about during the 10-game winning streak, or are we talking about now?
This season, 300 to 400 minute sample. Domi without Matthews, 8 goals for, 23 goals against. Matthews.
What position was he playing? He was playing center. Second line center on our team.
Matthews, when he doesn't play with Domi, 21 goals for, 14 goals against, +7. They are worse together than they are apart.
Okay, dude, you're like giving me a stat that doesn't have any context. So you're telling me
the context is
no.
Okay, those are their stats when they are together on the ice versus when they're off.
No, that's not true. Here's the thing that you don't even. Okay, so you're saying you like the Auston Matthews of the season until December 23rd. Because that was when he was not with Domi. That's when Domi was playing center. So you're saying Domi's a bottom line left winger or winger.
He is a bottom six winger. He's a bottom six winger.
Okay, so sure. Let's say he's a bottom six winger. But he was playing center for the first 35 games?
Yes, I agree. It was the wrong
and
position.
then now the last 20 games he's
should
played
be a
with
bottom
Matthews.
six winger.
So listen. I'm sorry. You last game you were saying you were giving me a clap for Max Domi back checking. How many games in the last week have we seen Auston Matthews not back checking in overtime? Oh, he's tired. I'm sorry. Get off the fucking ice. There's been about 4 games where we lost because Matthews is in the back corner somewhere, not back checking. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think that's true. In that game against Vegas, it wasn't a great look. I mean, you watch everybody around talk about it, though, as well. You're the one who claims to watch every single game that's ever taken place. You watched the Oilers game the other night where McDavid didn't come back in the back check. The play was in their own zone, and then Bouchard hits him up the ice because he was standing out at the opposite blue line and went in on the breakaway in overtime.
I can watch highlights, too.
It's a 50... What does that mean for Prague? What the fuck are you talking about? It's the exact same play. It's the exact same play.
No, but the thing
he
is,
did the same
we've
thing,
seen
and
several
like,
of those plays.
That's fine.
Like,
he's hanging out on a 50-50. I mean, you're talking
giving
about
me
a guy
one stat and
who's
blaming
the best defensive forward on this team right now, and you're like trying to compare him to Max Domi. Max
I'm not
Domi
comparing
gets his shit kicked in the defensive zone.
You're missing the point. You're saying Max Domi when Max Domi is on the ice. I'm sorry. Who's on the ice when Max Domi's on the ice with Auston Matthews? Is that Morgan fucking Riley? Who the fuck? There's 5 people on the ice at that time, plus the goalie. Has our goalies been like stellar? No. Has Riley been stellar? Did you see his? He came on the ice for one of the goals today, and what did he do? He didn't even check the guy's stick. He kind of curved off. Oh, and it became a shot, like basically a shot below the hash marks. In one, was that the 3rd or 4th, 5th goal? I don't fucking know. But like the thing is, you can't blame. Oh, Max Domi with and without. You have to have context. They're playing with fucking Riley. Our defense is going to shit. We had if you went for the first 10 games, it would probably look great. But the last 10 games last 8 games have been like shit. So,
all right,
like the thing is, you have to compare what's going on with the team, and if you're watching the game and you're saying Max Domi with Matthews is horrible, how was Matthews before Max Domi was on his line? He was shit. He fucking looked like a shell of himself. Max Domi was playing center. Is he a fucking center? In the OHL? Maybe. In the AHL? Maybe. In the NHL? No. This is about how Berube is playing them.
Yeah.
They don't. The whole point is,
thank you for the call,
I can put up points to say this guy's that, this guy's that. I'm not saying Auston Matthews is shit, but if you're giving me a clap, listen. If Max Domi is actually back checking, why don't we show respect to that and say, hey, good job on that. Maybe that will reinforce him and that'll up his trade value. What I said earlier, like 3 months ago, was if you wanted to trade him, you have to put him in a position to succeed.
Okay.
So put him beside Matthews, try to up his trade value, which has happened, even if you don't believe it, because he is a playoff dog. Okay. And he has done well when he was with Chicago, when that was a shit fucking team. When he was with
Thank you, Prague.
No, but like the thing is,
thank you for the call. No, we're good. Thank you for the call, Prague.
Okay, have a great night. Ciao.
All right, there you go. Super chats. Let's get to these and let's close out the show as well. We got one more smelling salts to do. Super chats. Proceeds from our super chats do go to Sick Kids Charity. Thank you to all of our super chatters here tonight. We've also got Maxentius Decimus. Purse Boy Austina isn't a leader, not worth 13.25 mil. Maxentius Decimus, does JD have live shows? That was great. I don't know. I think so. And then B. Khalid just lost a must win late January. That wraps our season, but Prague is a hard on for Domi. He's got a fan page for sure. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that call just went to like, we're talking about Easton Cowan needs to go to the Marlies. Domi's got to play. And unreal. All right, let's get out of here with the last couple of things. I'm just going to do these quick. Play of the game. I'm just ending it. Final buzzer. And grade of the game is a failure. Like, that's how that is. I have no other way around it. That game stunk. I can't believe that just I mean, I can believe, but I can't believe that just happened. And that's a fail. You needed to win. It was a must win. It was pass fail, and you failed. There was no grade in between there. It was a fail. We did it 350 more likes, or low likes here total. So here are the smelling salts for the likes. Oh, fuck. All right. With that, let's wrap up the show and get out of here. 4-hour post game. January. Season over. Leafs lose to the Buffalo Sabres, game 53, and basically end their entire season. 7-4 to the Buffalo Sabres. Thank you for watching, calling, liking, subscribing. Thank you to all of you guys who sent super chats. Thanks to the first-time callers. Thanks for the repeat callers, all of it. I appreciate all the support. I will be back on Thursday following the late game against the Seattle Kraken for the postgame show. 10 p.m. puck drop in that one, so that means postgame will start around 1 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for being here. Sorry about this nonsense. I mean, I wish we weren't having to deal with that, but it is what it is. See you guys on Thursday. Keep believing. For more content just like this, including game previews, post-game live shows, Leafs Morning Take, Monday through Friday with Nick Alberga and Jay Rosehill with special guests, as well as instant reaction videos, make sure to subscribe here to the Leafs Nation YouTube channel, turn on notifications so you don't miss anything, and drop a like.